Hey, welcome back. Before we start tonight's story, I just want to say thank you. When I first started uploading these episodes, I never really knew who would be listening. Now I see comments from people all over the world. And what I like most is that the comments never feel like numbers. They feel like real people checking in at the end of the day. I genuinely appreciate that. Tonight's episode is another real, true crime case. I'll go through it slowly and keep things steady so you can settle in, relax, and simply follow the story as it unfolds. And if you've been returning to these episodes for a while now, consider subscribing. Not because it helps an algorithm, but because it helps turn occasional listeners into familiar faces. I'd love for this community to keep growing. All right, this is episode 160. Let's begin. The storm arrived just after midnight, rolling across the plains of western Kansas with enough force to rattle windows and knock power out across several small towns. Most people remembered the storm because of the wind. Others remembered the hail. But for investigators who would later spend years working one of the region's most unsettling homicide cases, that storm became important for an entirely different reason. It erased evidence. 38-year-old Melissa Granger was supposed to be home before the weather arrived. She worked as a regional pharmaceutical sales representative and spent much of her time driving between clinics and hospitals across Kansas and Nebraska. Her job kept her on the road constantly, but she maintained routines that rarely changed. Every evening, regardless of where she was, she called either her sister or her father before going to sleep. On the night she disappeared, neither call came. At first, her family assumed she had become stuck somewhere because of the approaching storm. Roads were closing. Traffic reports were warning drivers to stay off the highways. Nobody panicked immediately. The next morning, however, Melissa failed to appear for an important meeting she had spent weeks preparing for. Her phone went straight to voicemail. Emails went unanswered. By afternoon, her family contacted authorities. The search began with her vehicle. Investigators eventually located Melissa's SUV at a rest area nearly 70 miles from her home. The discovery immediately puzzled detectives. The vehicle was locked. Her purse remained inside. Her laptop sat on the back seat. A suitcase containing clothes for an upcoming business trip was untouched in the cargo area. Yet Melissa herself was gone. The rest area sat beside a lonely stretch of highway, surrounded by open land. Under normal circumstances, investigators might have recovered useful evidence from the scene. But the violent storm that swept through hours after Melissa disappeared had washed away footprints, tire impressions, and countless other clues. Detectives were left with almost nothing. Almost. A highway maintenance worker remembered seeing another vehicle parked beside Melissa's SUV late that evening. He could not identify the make or model with certainty, but he believed it was a dark pickup truck. At the time, the sight meant nothing to him. People stopped at rest areas all the time. Only later did he realize the possible significance. Weeks passed without answers. Search teams covered enormous areas of farmland, drainage ditches, abandoned buildings, and wooded creek beds. Volunteers joined organized searches. News coverage spread throughout the state. Melissa's face appeared on television broadcasts and newspaper front pages. Then investigators uncovered a lead that changed everything. Phone records revealed that Melissa had been communicating regularly with a man named Randall Pierce during the months before her disappearance. Pierce owned a small transportation company and had met Melissa through a business contact. At first, their conversations appeared professional. Over time, however, the messages became increasingly personal. Friends told investigators that Melissa had recently become uncomfortable with Pierce's attention. According to several people close to her, she felt he was becoming overly interested in her life and ignored clear signs that she wanted distance. When detectives interviewed Pierce, he admitted knowing Melissa, but denied seeing her on the night she vanished. He claimed he spent the evening alone at home while the storm moved through the area. The statement might have survived scrutiny if not for modern technology. Cell tower records placed Pierce's phone near the same highway rest area where Melissa's SUV was discovered. Traffic cameras from a toll route captured a truck matching his vehicle traveling in that direction shortly before Melissa disappeared. Even more troubling, Investigators discovered that Pierce turned his phone off for several hours immediately afterward. It was the first major crack in his story. The investigation intensified. Detectives executed search warrants on Pierce's property and business facilities. Most yielded little. Then forensic technicians examined a storage building located behind one of his warehouses. There they discovered traces of blood hidden beneath layers of clean concrete. Laboratory analysis matched Melissa. Months after her disappearance, searchers finally found human remains buried in a remote area of grassland more than 100 miles from the rest stop. The remains were identified as Melissa Granger. According to prosecutors, Pierce had arranged a meeting with Melissa under the pretense of discussing a business opportunity. When she rejected his attempts to pursue a personal relationship, the encounter escalated into violence. He transported her from the rest area, concealed evidence, and relied on the severe storm to destroy whatever clues remained behind. For a time, that plan appeared successful. The weather had indeed erased much of the physical evidence, but it could not erase digital records. It could not erase phone data. It could not erase surveillance footage. And it could not erase the inconsistencies that continued growing inside Pierce's story. During trial, prosecutors carefully reconstructed the timeline. Jurors heard testimony from family members, investigators, forensic experts, and witnesses who had unknowingly crossed paths with Melissa during her final day. Piece by piece, the case came together. The defense argued that no eyewitness observed the murder itself. Yet the accumulation of evidence told a compelling story. By the end of the proceedings, jurors had little difficulty reaching a verdict. Randall Pierce was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. Years later, investigators still spoke about the storm that arrived on the night Melissa disappeared. In many ways, it became an invisible participant in the case, destroying clues and complicating the search for answers. Yet despite all the wind, rain, and darkness that swept across the plains that night, enough evidence survived for the truth to emerge. And what began as a missing person report during a severe weather emergency ultimately became the story of a woman whose killer believed nature itself would help him hide a crime forever. Next story. Most missing person cases begin with panic. A frantic phone call. A family member reporting that someone failed to come home. A friend noticing unusual silence. An employer wondering why a dependable worker suddenly stopped showing up. The disappearance of 42-year-old David Carter began with something much quieter. A library book. David lived in the small town of Ashland, Oregon, where he worked as a surveyor and spent most of his free time hiking, reading history books, and restoring old furniture in his garage. He was not the type of person who attracted attention. Neighbors described him as friendly but reserved. He rarely missed appointments, paid bills on time, and followed routines so predictable that people often joked they could set their watches by him. One of those routines involved visiting the public library every Saturday morning. For nearly 8 years, David checked out books from the same section, usually local history or biographies. Staff members knew him by name. That was why the librarian noticed when a borrowed book became overdue. At first, nobody thought much about it. People forgot due dates all the time. Then another week passed, and another. Soon the library called David's phone. No answer. A reminder letter was mailed. No response. Eventually, a librarian who knew him personally mentioned the situation to a mutual acquaintance. The acquaintance found it odd because David was known for returning books early, not late. The small concern eventually reached David's sister. She had not spoken to him in almost 2 weeks. That was enough to trigger alarm. Police conducted a welfare check at David's house. The property appeared normal from the outside. His truck sat parked in the driveway. Curtains remained open. Mail had accumulated in the box, but not excessively. Inside, investigators found signs that David expected to return shortly. A half-finished woodworking project remained clamped to a workbench. Groceries sat inside the refrigerator. His wallet rested on the kitchen counter. Even stranger, his hiking boots were still inside the house. Anyone who knew David understood how unusual that was. If he planned a trip outdoors, the boots always went with him. Detectives initially considered medical emergencies, accidents, and voluntary disappearance. Yet none seemed to fit. There was no evidence David packed belongings. No bank activity occurred after the day he vanished. His cell phone stopped moving entirely. The last confirmed sighting came from a gas station outside town, where security footage showed him purchasing coffee shortly before sunrise on a Tuesday morning. After that, nothing. For weeks, investigators searched forests, trails, and remote roads throughout southern Oregon. Helicopters scanned mountainous terrain. Volunteers joined organized search efforts. Every lead ended the same way. No sign of David. Then a detective reviewing property records noticed something interesting. Approximately 6 months before disappearing, David became involved in a dispute over land boundaries with a neighboring property owner named Raymond Foster. The disagreement centered around several acres of woodland located between their properties. At first, the conflict seemed minor. Arguments over property lines happened constantly in rural communities. But interviews revealed growing hostility between the two men. Witnesses described shouting matches, threats, and repeated complaints filed with local authorities. The deeper investigators looked, the more suspicious the dispute became. David had recently commissioned a new land survey. According to documents recovered from his home office, the survey suggested Foster had been using part of David's land for years without authorization. The findings carried potentially significant financial consequences. Detectives interviewed Foster. He acknowledged the disagreement, but denied any involvement in David's disappearance. According to him, the last conversation between them occurred weeks earlier. Then cell phone records surfaced. The records placed Foster near a remote logging road on the same morning David vanished. More importantly, David's phone connected briefly to the same area before going silent forever. Search teams redirected efforts toward the logging road. For several days, they found nothing. Then a volunteer noticed disturbed vegetation near an abandoned quarry hidden deep within the forest. Investigators excavated the site. They discovered David Carter's remains concealed beneath rocks and debris. The medical examiner determined he died from blunt force trauma. The evidence suggested an encounter rather than a planned ambush. Prosecutors would later argue that David and Foster met to discuss the property dispute. The conversation escalated into violence. What began as an argument ended with a homicide and a desperate attempt to conceal the crime. During the trial, jurors heard testimony about the land conflict, the survey results, the cell phone data, and forensic evidence recovered from Foster's truck. Investigators reconstructed the final hours of David's life piece by piece until a clear picture emerged. The defense challenged portions of the timeline and argued the case relied heavily on circumstantial evidence. Yet the accumulation of details proved difficult to overcome. After deliberating for several hours, the jury convicted Raymond Foster of murder. He received a life sentence. Years later, residents of Ashland still remembered how the investigation started. Not with flashing police lights, not with a dramatic emergency call, but with a librarian wondering why a dependable reader failed to return a history book. A tiny disruption to an ordinary routine. A small detail that seemed insignificant at first. Yet it became the first clue that something had gone terribly wrong in the quiet life of David Carter, a man who simply disappeared one Tuesday morning and never came home. Next story. The envelope sat untouched in the evidence locker for nearly 11 years. By the time detectives opened it again, several of the original investigators had retired, witnesses had moved away, and many people in the town assumed the case would never be solved. The envelope itself looked completely ordinary. Yellowed paper, a few photographs, interview notes. Nothing about it suggested it contained the missing piece of a murder investigation that had haunted a community for more than a decade. The victim was 35-year-old Karen Mitchell, a real estate agent living in a quiet suburb outside Indianapolis. Karen was known for her energy. Friends described her as the kind of person who could walk into a room full of strangers and leave with new friends an hour later. She worked long days, often meeting clients at unusual hours, and had built a successful career helping families buy homes throughout the region. On an autumn evening in 2004, Karen left her office after finishing paperwork for a property, closing scheduled later that week. Security cameras captured her locking the front door and walking toward her vehicle. It was a completely ordinary moment. Nothing in the footage suggested danger. Nothing indicated it would be the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Karen failed to arrive at a family gathering the following day, relatives immediately became concerned. Missing appointments was unlike her. Ignoring calls was unlike her. Within 24 hours, police were searching for answers. Her vehicle was eventually located in a shopping center parking lot several miles from her office. The discovery raised more questions than it answered. The car was locked. Her purse remained inside. Important work files remained inside. Even a partially finished cup of coffee sat in the center console. There were no signs of forced entry. No signs of robbery. No signs explaining where Karen had gone. Days turned into weeks. Search teams examined nearby woods, rivers, abandoned buildings, and construction sites. Hundreds of tips poured in. Most led nowhere. Then, nearly 3 weeks after her disappearance, a hunter exploring remote woodland nearly 40 miles away discovered human remains hidden beneath brush and fallen branches. The remains belonged to Karen. The medical examiner determined she had been killed shortly after leaving work. Investigators believed the attack was personal rather than random, but identifying a suspect proved difficult. Karen's life appeared remarkably stable. She had no known enemies, no major financial troubles, no obvious connections to violent individuals. For years the case stalled. Detectives continued working leads, but evidence remained frustratingly incomplete. Witness memories faded. Potential suspects moved away. The investigation slowly became what law enforcement fears most: a cold case. Then technology changed. More than a decade later, a detective assigned to review unsolved homicides reopened Karen's file. Among thousands of pages sat the forgotten envelope containing photographs and forensic evidence collected during the original investigation. At the time of the murder, certain forms of DNA analysis either did not exist or were too limited to be useful. Now they offered new possibilities. Investigators re-examined evidence recovered from Karen's vehicle and clothing. Tiny biological traces that once seemed insignificant suddenly became valuable. Laboratory testing eventually produced a profile connected to a man named Victor Hale. Hale had never appeared prominently in the original investigation. He worked as a contractor and occasionally performed renovation projects on properties Karen sold. The connection seemed minor until detectives reconstructed his history more carefully. Financial records revealed disputes involving unpaid work and failed business arrangements. Witnesses described increasingly hostile interactions between Hale and Karen during the months before her death. Most importantly, new forensic testing placed his DNA directly on evidence connected to the crime. When investigators interviewed Hale, his explanations shifted repeatedly. He acknowledged knowing Karen but denied recent contact. Confronted with forensic results, he altered parts of his story. Additional investigation uncovered further inconsistencies involving his whereabouts on the night Karen disappeared. Prosecutors eventually argued that a business dispute escalated into violence after a meeting between the two. According to their theory, Hale confronted Karen regarding money and professional disagreements. The encounter turned deadly. Believing he could avoid detection, he concealed the crime and relied on the limitations of forensic science available at the time. For years, that strategy worked, but science kept advancing. At trial, jurors heard testimony from both original investigators and modern forensic experts. They learned how evidence, once considered unusable, became the foundation of a renewed investigation. Piece by piece, the prosecution rebuilt a timeline stretching back more than a decade. The defense challenged the age of the evidence and the reliability of memories after so many years. Yet the forensic findings remained difficult to explain away. After deliberating for 2 days, the jury returned a guilty verdict. For Karen's family, the conviction brought a form of closure, though not an end to the loss. More than 10 years had passed since she left her office carrying paperwork for an ordinary work week that never arrived. Investigators later reflected on how close the case came to remaining unsolved forever, if not for advances in forensic testing and a detective willing to reopen an aging file. The truth might have remained buried inside storage boxes indefinitely. And so, a case that began with a woman walking alone through a parking lot after work finally ended many years later because someone decided to look again at an old envelope sitting quietly on a shelf, waiting for technology to catch up with the evidence hidden inside. Next story. The last voicemail sounded routine enough that police almost ignored its significance. It came from 34-year-old Emily Hart just after 8 o'clock on a Thursday evening. Her voice was calm, slightly tired, and distracted by traffic noise in the background. She told her sister she was running late after meeting a client and would call again once she got home. Nothing in the message suggested danger. Nothing hinted that it would become the final confirmed recording of her alive. Emily worked as a commercial real estate agent in suburban Denver, Colorado. Friends described her as disciplined and careful, the kind of person who planned routes in advance, kept extra chargers in her car, and checked in with family regularly when traveling for work. She had recently finalized a difficult divorce, but otherwise appeared to be rebuilding her life steadily. When she never made the second call, concerns started quietly rather than explosively. Her sister waited until morning before contacting police. Maybe Emily had stayed overnight with friends. Maybe her phone battery died. But by the next afternoon, those explanations no longer fit. Her SUV was discovered in a commuter parking lot near a light rail station. The vehicle was locked. Her purse sat on the passenger seat. Her laptop bag remained in the back. One high heel was lying beneath the driver's door, while the other remained on the floor mat inside. Investigators immediately noticed the asymmetry. People do not usually remove a single shoe before leaving voluntarily. The detail suggested interruption, yet there were no obvious signs of a struggle. No shattered windows. No blood visible to the naked eye. Security cameras in the lot had partially malfunctioned during the evening due to maintenance issues, leaving only fragments of footage. Forensic technicians later recovered tiny blood traces near the center console and beneath the steering wheel. The blood matched Emily. The case shifted from missing person to probable homicide. Detectives began reconstructing her final movements through phone records, credit card activity, and witness interviews. They learned she had met a potential investor at a restaurant downtown earlier that evening. Staff remembered her leaving alone around 7:30 p.m. After that, her movements became unclear. Then investigators uncovered a connection to someone much closer to home. Emily's former husband, Daniel Hart, initially appeared cooperative. He expressed concern publicly, assisted with searches, and spoke sympathetically to detectives. But financial records revealed escalating disputes between the two after the divorce. Emily had recently discovered irregularities involving jointly owned investment properties and was considering legal action. Phone records showed multiple unanswered calls from Daniel to Emily on the night she disappeared. More importantly, cell tower data placed his phone near the commuter parking lot during the exact window investigators believed Emily arrived there. When questioned again, Daniel changed parts of his timeline. At first, he claimed he spent the entire evening at home. Later, he acknowledged driving around to clear his head after an argument over finances earlier in the week. The inconsistencies deepened suspicion. Search warrants executed at his townhouse uncovered cleaning supplies, recently washed clothing, and traces of blood in the trunk of his sedan. The blood was too degraded for an immediate match, but further testing later identified it as Emily's. Still, her body had not been found. For nearly 3 weeks, search teams combed foothills, drainage canals, abandoned structures, and remote pullouts along mountain roads west of Denver. Volunteers distributed flyers across multiple counties. News coverage intensified daily. The breakthrough came from a seemingly minor digital clue. Investigators reviewing navigation data from Daniel's car discovered an unusual route entered the morning after Emily disappeared. The vehicle had traveled to a remote fire road in Pike National Forest, remained there for less than 40 minutes, and returned to the city before sunrise. Search teams were dispatched immediately. About 60 yards from the road, hidden beneath pine branches and loose soil, they found Emily Hart's remains. The medical examiner determined she died from strangulation. Evidence suggested she was killed elsewhere and transported to the forest afterward. At trial, prosecutors argued the murder stemmed from a combination of financial desperation and resentment over the divorce. According to their reconstruction, Daniel confronted Emily in the parking lot after monitoring her movements through shared account information and prior knowledge of her routines. The encounter escalated, and he transported her body after the killing. The prosecution's timeline relied heavily on digital evidence, cell tower records, navigation data, surveillance fragments, financial disputes, the staged appearance of the vehicle. The defense argued there was no eyewitness to the killing itself and attacked the interpretation of the electronic records. But the cumulative evidence proved difficult to overcome. Jurors deliberated for less than 2 days before convicting Daniel Hart of first-degree murder. He received life imprisonment without parole. Investigators later reflected on how ordinary the case seemed at first. A woman running late after work, a voicemail mentioning traffic, a parked SUV in a commuter lot. The kind of details that blend into city life every evening without attracting attention. But hidden inside those ordinary moments were the clues to what actually happened after Emily Hart ended that final voicemail and disappeared into the night. Next story. The first person to notice something was wrong was not a police officer, a family member, or even a friend. It was a bank employee on a rainy Monday morning in October. The employee was reviewing a series of unusually large cash withdrawals from the account of 68-year-old Harold Bennett, a retired mechanic who lived alone on the outskirts of a small Missouri town. The transactions themselves were not illegal. People withdrew their own money every day. What caught her attention was that Harold had spent nearly 20 years banking there and had never withdrawn more than a few $100s at a time. Now thousands are disappearing from his account. Over and over. The employee knew Harold well enough to find the activity strange. He was careful with money, almost stubbornly so. He repaired old equipment instead of replacing it, drove the same pickup truck for nearly 15 years, and once joked that he trusted $1 in his pocket more than $1 in the stock market. When she tried calling him to verify the transactions, nobody answered. At first she assumed he was traveling or visiting relatives, but the feeling lingered. A few days later, she mentioned the situation to a local police officer she knew socially. That casual conversation eventually led to one of the most unusual homicide investigations the town had seen in decades. Harold Bennett had not been seen for nearly 3 weeks. Neighbors initially thought little of it. He lived independently and often spent long hours fishing or working in his garage. But once officers began asking questions, a pattern emerged. Newspapers had accumulated on his porch. The grass had gone uncut. His mailbox overflowed. Most troubling of all, nobody could remember seeing him leave. When officers entered the property, they found his home in remarkably normal condition. A television remote rested beside his favorite chair. Dishes sat drying near the sink. A half-finished crossword puzzle remained on the kitchen table. It looked like someone had stepped out briefly and intended to return. Yet Harold was nowhere to be found. Detectives quickly focused on the mysterious bank withdrawals. Surveillance footage showed someone using Harold's debit card at multiple ATMs across several counties. Unfortunately, the individual wore hats, sunglasses, and loose clothing that obscured clear identification. Still, investigators noticed something important. The withdrawals continued long after Harold was last seen. That suggested whoever possessed the card likely knew he could no longer report stolen. The question was why. As detectives reconstructed Harold's life, they discovered he had recently hired a younger man named Eric Lawson to help with repairs around the property. Lawson was 31 years old and drifted between temporary jobs. Witnesses confirmed he had spent significant time at Harold's house during the months before the disappearance. Several neighbors remembered seeing Lawson's truck parked there repeatedly. When questioned, Lawson claimed Harold decided to travel unexpectedly and had given permission to access certain belongings while he was away. Investigators found the explanation unusual but not immediately impossible. Then more evidence surfaced. Phone records showed Lawson contacting Harold frequently before the disappearance, but never afterward. Witnesses reported hearing an argument between the two men only days before Harold vanished. And forensic testing inside Harold's garage revealed traces of blood beneath an area of concrete that appeared recently cleaned. The investigation intensified. Search warrants executed on Lawson's property uncovered tools, clothing, and financial records connecting him to the ATM withdrawals. Detectives also discovered that Lawson had accumulated significant debt in the months before meeting Harold. Still, one major problem remained. There was no body. Weeks turned into months. Then a hunter exploring remote woodland nearly 40 miles away discovered disturbed ground near an abandoned logging trail. Investigators excavated the site and uncovered human remains later identified as Harold Bennett. The medical examiner determined he died from blunt force trauma. According to prosecutors, Lawson attacked Harold during a dispute involving money. After the killing, he concealed the body and began withdrawing funds from Harold's bank account, believing the disappearance would remain unexplained long enough for suspicion to fade. Instead, the unusual banking activity became the very thing that exposed the crime. During trial, jurors heard testimony from financial analysts, forensic experts, investigators, and neighbors who described the growing relationship between the two men. Piece by piece, prosecutors reconstructed a timeline showing how Lawson benefited financially after Harold's disappearance, while simultaneously lying about his whereabouts and actions. The defense challenged portions of the evidence and argued that no witness observed the killing itself. But the cumulative weight of the forensic findings, financial records, and contradictory statements proved difficult to overcome. After several hours of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Years later, investigators still reflected on how close the case came to remaining unsolved. If not for a bank employee who paid attention to unusual account activity, Harold Bennett might have become just another unexplained missing person. Instead, a handful of suspicious withdrawals sparked questions that eventually uncovered the truth hidden behind an ordinary rural home, a quiet retirement, and a disappearance that at first seemed easy to overlook. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how trust was turned into a weapon, how power hid behind fame, and how silence allowed evil to grow inside one of America's most respected universities. For decades, Jerry Sandusky was known as one of the brightest minds in college football. At Pennsylvania State University, he helped build a program that symbolized discipline, teamwork, and pride. Parents admired him, players respected him, and the community treated him as a hero. What nobody saw was the darkness behind that success. The double life of a man who used his position to exploit the very children he claimed to protect. Jerry Sandusky was born in 1944 in a small Pennsylvania town. His parents ran a local youth recreation center, a place filled with the laughter of children and the sound of bouncing basketballs. From an early age, he learned how to connect with kids, how to seem trustworthy, how to play the role of the caring mentor. When he joined Penn State's football staff in 1969, he quickly became a central figure in the team's success. He was known for his enthusiasm, his focus on defense, and his ability to motivate young players. In the late 1970s, he started a charity called the Second Mile, officially meant to support disadvantaged children and give them guidance through sports. It was seen as a noble cause, a way for an accomplished coach to give back to his community. But behind that charitable image, the Second Mile became a hunting ground. Sandusky identified vulnerable boys, many from broken homes, and slowly built their trust. He took them to games, invited them to stay overnight, gave them gifts, and made them feel special. Over time, that kindness turned into control. What started as a mentoring relationship became abuse. For years, he operated in plain sight. His reputation and connections shielded him. When anyone raised questions, the doubts were quietly dismissed. Penn State was a powerful institution, and its football program was sacred to the community. No one wanted to believe that one of its most respected figures could be capable of such acts. The first serious signs of trouble surfaced in the late 1990s. A mother reported that Sandusky had behaved inappropriately with her son. An investigation followed, but no charges were filed. He retired from Penn State in 1999, but the university continued to give him full access to its athletic facilities. He still brought children there through his charity, walking freely in the same locker rooms and showers he had always used. In 2001, a graduate assistant walked into a locker room and saw something no one should ever see: Sandusky with a young boy in the showers. The incident was reported to university officials, but the matter was handled internally. The police were never called. Penn State's leadership chose to protect the institution's image rather than confront the truth. For another decade, Sandusky continued to meet boys through the second mile. The abuse did not stop until investigators from the state attorney general's office began piecing together the stories of multiple victims. One by one, young men came forward describing the same pattern: the gifts, the trust, the gradual manipulation, and the assaults that followed. In 2011, the case exploded into public view. Jerry Sandusky was arrested and charged with dozens of counts of sexual abuse involving boys as young as 10 years old. The fallout reached far beyond him. Joe Paterno, the legendary head coach who had built Penn State's football empire, was fired for failing to act on the reports. The university's president and athletic director also faced charges for covering up what they knew. The trial in 2012 revealed years of institutional failure. Victims described the psychological manipulation, the fear, and the shame that kept them silent. Prosecutors showed how officials ignored red flags to preserve the reputation of their program. Sandusky was convicted on 45 counts of sexual abuse and sentenced to 30 to 60 years in prison. He was 70 years old at the time, a life sentence in all but name. The damage left behind was immense. Penn State's image was destroyed, its leaders disgraced, and its football program tainted forever. But the deepest wounds were those carried by the survivors, the young men whose childhoods were stolen and whose voices were ignored for so long. The Sandusky case forced America to confront uncomfortable truths about power, loyalty, and silence. It showed how institutions can protect themselves instead of the people they are supposed to serve, and how predators thrive when no one dares to challenge them. Today, Penn State has tried to rebuild its reputation, but for many, the memory of what happened there will never fade. The boys who trusted Jerry Sandusky will never get back the years that were taken from them. Their courage in speaking out ended the career of a powerful man and exposed the price of protecting an image over protecting children. It remains one of the darkest chapters in American sports, not just because of what one man did, but because of how many others looked away while he did it. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who weaponized medicine, about trust betrayed in the most fundamental way, and about how someone sworn to heal instead chose to harm for reasons that defy understanding. In the hospitals of southern New Jersey during the late 1980s and through the 1990s, patients in critical care units were experiencing cardiac arrests at rates that seemed higher than normal. Nurses noticed patterns but struggled to identify clear causes. Families trusted that their loved ones were receiving the best possible care in modern medical facilities. But Charles Cullen, a nurse working night shifts, was systematically ending the lives of vulnerable patients under his care. This is the story of Charles Cullen, who between 1988 and 2003 ended the lives of at least 29 patients, though investigators believe the true number may exceed 300. He administered lethal doses of medications like digoxin and insulin to patients in intensive care units across multiple hospitals. His crimes went undetected for 16 years as he moved from facility to facility, with hospitals quietly dismissing him rather than reporting suspicious patterns. His arrest in 2003 exposed catastrophic failures in healthcare oversight and revealed how easily someone could exploit gaps in hospital systems. Charles Edmund Cullen was born on February 22, 1960, in West Orange, New Jersey. His early life was marked by profound loss and instability. His father passed away when Charles was just 7 months old, leaving his mother to raise 9 children alone with limited resources. Charles received little individual attention or emotional support in the chaotic household. The defining tragedy of Charles's childhood came when he was 17. His mother passed away in a car accident, devastating him and removing the last stabilizing influence in his life. Charles attempted to end his own life multiple times during his teenage years, but the interventions were brief and he never received adequate long-term mental health treatment. Charles joined the Navy after high school, but his service was marked by continued psychological struggles. He made multiple attempts at self-harm while in the military and was eventually discharged. He returned to New Jersey directionless and deeply troubled, struggling to find purpose or connection. In the mid-1980s, Charles decided to become a nurse. It was an unusual choice given his psychological state and difficulty connecting with others. He completed nursing school and received his license in 1987, beginning work at St. Barnabas Medical Center in New Jersey. He was technically competent, but showed little warmth with patients, treating them as medical cases rather than human beings. Within months of starting work, patients on Charles's shifts began experiencing unexpected cardiac arrests and medical emergencies. Elderly patients who had been stable would suddenly decline. Tests sometimes revealed unexplained medication levels in their systems, but these anomalies were often attributed to charting errors or natural disease progression. Charles's method was consistent throughout his career. He would access medication storage areas during night shifts when supervision was minimal. He would draw lethal doses of medications like digoxin, which affects heart rhythm, or insulin, which lowers blood sugar dangerously. He would inject these substances into patients' intravenous lines, causing cardiac arrest, respiratory failure, or other fatal complications. His victims were primarily elderly or seriously ill patients in intensive care units. Because these patients were already in fragile condition, their sudden decline often seemed like natural progression of their underlying illnesses. Charles understood this and selected victims whose passings would not immediately raise suspicions. When concerns about elevated mortality rates were raised at St. Barnabas, administrators quietly terminated Charles's employment rather than investigating thoroughly or reporting to authorities. This response set a pattern that would repeat throughout his career. Hospital after hospital would become suspicious, fire Charles, and provide neutral references that allowed him to find new employment. Between 1988 and 2003, Charles worked at 9 different healthcare facilities in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Each time, mortality rates increased on his shifts. Each time, he was eventually dismissed under suspicious circumstances. Each time, he immediately found work at another hospital because no one reported concerns to state licensing boards or law enforcement. The breakthrough came in 2003 at Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey. Several nurses noticed that patients were experiencing cardiac arrests at unusual rates when Charles worked, and that medication access records showed irregularities. Rather than simply firing Charles, these nurses reported their concerns directly to authorities when hospital administration seemed slow to act. Investigators obtained medication access records showing Charles had been accessing drugs far more frequently than his patient assignments required. Toxicology tests on recently deceased patients revealed lethal levels of digoxin and other medications. The evidence was overwhelming. Charles Cullen was arrested on December 12, 2003. During interrogation, he eventually confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple hospitals over 16 years. He admitted to at least 40 incidents, but investigators believe the true number is much higher. Many potential victims have been cremated or buried long ago, making it impossible to obtain evidence. When asked why he harmed patients, Charles gave vague explanations about ending suffering. But evidence showed many of his victims were not terminally ill and were expected to recover. Psychiatrists who evaluated him concluded he had severe personality disorders and derived satisfaction from having power over life and situations. He showed no genuine empathy for his victims or their families. Charles pleaded guilty in 2004 to avoid the death penalty. He was convicted of taking the lives of 29 patients and attempting to harm 2 others. He was sentenced to multiple consecutive life terms totaling over 400 years without possibility of parole. During sentencing, families of victims expressed their anguish and anger at learning their loved ones had been intentionally harmed. Many had trusted Charles completely, thanking him for his care of their family members, never suspecting he was the cause of their decline and passing. The Cullen case led to significant reforms in healthcare, including better medication tracking systems, mandatory reporting of suspicious patterns, enhanced background checks for healthcare workers, and databases to identify problematic employees across multiple facilities. These changes came too late for his victims, but have helped protect patients since. Charles Cullen remains imprisoned in New Jersey, now in his 60s. He has given occasional interviews, but shows no real remorse for his actions. He speaks about the incidents in detached terms, as if discussing someone else's crimes. His case revealed how healthcare systems prioritized institutional reputation over patient safety, how easily someone could exploit gaps in oversight, and how vulnerable patients are when caregivers betray their trust. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two lives so completely separated that even those closest to him could not see the line between them. A man who spent his days joking with coworkers and his nights roaming highways looking for people who would never return home. This is a true crime story about patience, repetition, and how ordinary routine can hide extraordinary violence for years. Gary Ridgway grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah, in a household defined by strictness and emotional confusion. His mother was deeply religious, controlling, and intensely focused on cleanliness, particularly sexual purity. Gary's relationship with her was close in a way that felt uncomfortable even to him later in life. His father was distant and often angry. Gary struggled socially from an early age, performing poorly in school and feeling isolated among other children. Despite these difficulties, Gary learned something important very early. He learned how to disappear into routine. As an adult, Gary moved to Washington State and found steady work as a truck painter. It was repetitive, physical labor that suited him. He showed up on time, followed instructions, and rarely complained. Co-workers described him as slow, sometimes strange, but dependable. He married multiple times, blending in his suburban life with an appearance so ordinary it made him nearly invisible. While this life unfolded, another one quietly emerged. In the early 1980s, women began disappearing from the Seattle area, particularly along Pacific Highway South. Many of them were young. Many were sex workers or runaways. They lived transient lives, often without strong support systems. Their disappearances did not immediately spark alarm. At first, there was no clear pattern, just absence. But the absences kept accumulating. Gary Ridgway was picking them up. He drove slowly along known areas where vulnerable women gathered. He did not rush. He did not force. He spoke calmly, offering money, conversation, and what appeared to be safety. His car looked unremarkable. His voice was soft. There was nothing about him that triggered immediate fear. Once the women entered his vehicle, the control shifted. Gary drove them to isolated locations, often wooded areas or riverbanks he had already scouted. He killed them primarily by strangulation, using his hands or ligatures. He stayed with the bodies. Sometimes he returned later. He revisited sites repeatedly, forming a twisted sense of ownership over the places where he left them. This went on for years. Bodies were found sporadically, often badly decomposed. The media began referring to an unknown killer as the Green River Killer, named after the river where several victims were discovered. Task forces were formed. Investigators interviewed thousands of suspects. Tips poured in. Fear spread quietly through the region. Gary Ridgway was interviewed early. He passed polygraph tests. He cooperated. He blended back into the background. While police searched aggressively, Gary continued killing. He adjusted his methods slightly, moving locations, changing habits, but never stopping. His compulsion was tied to control and ritual. He did not seek recognition. He did not contact police. He did not want fame. He wanted repetition. At home, his wife noticed nothing. At work, he joked and ate lunch with colleagues. The killings continued into the 1990s. Over time, forensic technology improved. DNA analysis became more advanced. Old evidence was re-examined. Tiny traces that once meant nothing began to speak more clearly. In 2001, investigators revisited a piece of evidence from decades earlier, semen collected from a victim's body. This time, the results were different. The DNA matched Gary Ridgway. When police arrested him, there was no dramatic chase, no resistance. Gary was calm. During interrogation, he spoke quietly, often appearing bored. He denied it first, then slowly began admitting details as evidence mounted. What shocked investigators was not just the number of victims, but the clarity with which he remembered them. He remembered names. He remembered locations. He remembered sequences. Gary Ridgway eventually confessed to murdering 49 women, though investigators believe the true number may be higher. He explained that he targeted people he believed would not be missed quickly. He spoke about killing as if describing a routine task. There was no emotional release in his voice, no visible remorse. In 2003, Gary Ridgway pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In exchange, he agreed to help locate additional bodies. Detectives drove with him to forests and riverbanks where he pointed casually, as if recalling old errands. Families finally received answers. Not closure. Answers. This story is terrifying not because of chaos, but because of consistency. Gary Ridgway killed while maintaining a job, marriages, friendships, and routines. He did not spiral outward. He folded violence inward, fitting it neatly between work shifts and family dinners. He showed how repetition can become camouflage, how boredom can be lethal, how evil does not always scream. Sometimes it whispers quietly through years of normal life, unnoticed because it refuses to disrupt the surface. And when it is finally exposed, the damage is not a single moment, but decades of absence, unanswered questions, and lives that simply stopped returning home. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who walked into his workplace every day wearing the same uniform, greeting the same coworkers, and performing the same duties with such consistency that no one ever imagined he was capable of violence. His name was Mark Twitchell, and he lived in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, a city where long winters and quiet neighborhoods created an atmosphere of routine and predictability. He was not a drifter or an outsider. He was someone who wanted recognition, someone who wanted to create something meaningful and be remembered. He described himself as a filmmaker, a storyteller working on independent projects. He studied film, wrote scripts, and spent hours thinking about characters, control, and narrative structure. He admired fictional villains, especially those who appeared intelligent and methodical. He became particularly fascinated with the television show Dexter, a fictional story about a man who lived a normal public life while secretly committing murder. To Twitchell, Dexter was not just entertainment. It became an obsession. He studied the character's methods, his discipline, and his ability to maintain two separate identities. By 2008, Twitchell was living with his girlfriend and maintaining what appeared to be a normal adult life. He spoke casually with neighbors. He attended social gatherings. He worked on film projects and shared his ambitions with others. But privately, his thoughts were becoming darker and more structured around the idea of committing real violence. He did not act impulsively. He planned carefully. He believed that intelligence and preparation could allow him to commit murder without being caught. He believed he could replicate the fictional methods he had studied. He began writing a script he called SK Confessions, which described in disturbing detail the thoughts and actions of a killer who believed himself superior to others. This document was not fiction in the traditional sense. It was a blueprint. He rented a garage in Edmonton under the pretense of needing space for film production. To anyone else, it appeared like a workspace. But inside, he began preparing it carefully. He organized tools. He cleared space. He created an environment where he believed he could control another human being completely. He understood that selecting a victim required manipulation. He chose online dating websites as his method of contact. These platforms allowed him to communicate with strangers, to present himself under false identities, and to arrange meetings privately. In October 2008, he created a fake profile posing as a woman. Using this false identity, he contacted a man named Johnny Altinger, a 38-year-old oil field worker. Johnny was an ordinary man with friends, co-workers, and family. He had routines, responsibilities, and plans for his future. He believed he was communicating with a woman interested in meeting him. The conversation developed gradually. Twitchell, pretending to be the woman, gained Johnny's trust and arranged a meeting at the rented garage, claiming it was her residence. On October 10th, 2008, Johnny arrived at the garage, unaware of the danger waiting inside. He entered. He never came out. When Johnny failed to appear at work and stopped responding to messages, his friends became concerned. His disappearance was unusual. He had not told anyone he planned to travel. His belongings remained at home. His phone stopped transmitting signals. Investigators began reconstructing his last known movements. They examined his computer and discovered his recent online conversations. They identified the fake profile he had been communicating with. They traced the account's origin. It led them toward Mark Twitchell. Investigators began surveillance. They observed Twitchell's behavior. He continued his routines normally. He showed no visible panic. He interacted calmly with others. But investigators needed physical evidence. They obtained a warrant and searched the rented garage. Inside, they discovered blood. Not small traces, but clear forensic evidence of violence. They documented every detail. They collected samples. They analyzed patterns. Blood spatter analysis revealed struggle and injury. Investigators also discovered cleaning attempts, but cleaning cannot remove all evidence. Microscopic traces remain embedded in surfaces. The most critical discovery came when investigators searched Twitchell's computer. They found a document he had written, SK Confessions. It described, in first-person detail, the thoughts and actions of a killer. It described luring a victim through online deception. It described controlling the victim. It described violence. It described concealment. The details matched the timeline of Johnny's disappearance precisely. The document was not hypothetical. It was a confession disguised as fiction. Investigators arrested Mark Twitchell on October 31st, 2008. During interrogation, he initially denied responsibility. He claimed his writings were fictional. He claimed the blood evidence had innocent explanations. But forensic analysis contradicted his claims. DNA testing confirmed the blood belonged to Johnny Altinger. Digital forensic experts established the timeline of document creation and online communications. Each piece of evidence reinforced the same conclusion. During trial, prosecutors presented the full scope of evidence. They explained how Twitchell had planned the crime. They presented the confession document. They presented forensic evidence from the garage. They presented digital records linking him directly to the fake online identity. The defense attempted to argue that the document was fiction and that the evidence was circumstantial. But the combination of forensic science, digital records, and physical evidence created a complete narrative. In April 2011, Mark Twitchell was convicted of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. Johnny Altinger's body was never fully recovered, but the evidence left behind told the complete story. The blood, the digital trail, the confession document, and the timeline all confirmed what had happened inside the garage. Twitchell had believed he could control every detail. He believed intelligence would protect him. He believed planning would prevent discovery. But he underestimated forensic science. He underestimated digital evidence. He underestimated the permanence of the traces he left behind. Today, Mark Twitchell remains imprisoned. His attempt to transform fiction into reality ended not in control, but in exposure. His story remains a reminder that those who attempt to construct perfect crimes often leave behind the most detailed evidence of all, hidden in their own words, waiting for investigators to uncover the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing teacher in a quiet suburban community. A case that initially seemed like someone simply disappearing during an ordinary evening, but slowly unfolded into a calculated murder that investigators would spend months piecing together. In the fall of 2006, the town of Overland Park, Kansas was known for its quiet neighborhoods, well-kept streets, and strong school system. Among the teachers working in the district was 33-year-old English instructor Amanda Hayes. Amanda taught at a local high school and had built a reputation among students as someone who was patient, organized, and deeply committed to her work. Her routine rarely changed. She usually stayed after school grading papers or helping students before driving home to the small house she had purchased several years earlier. Because her schedule was so consistent, people noticed quickly when something unusual happened. On the evening of October 3rd, Amanda finished grading assignments in her classroom before leaving the school building around 6:10 p.m. Security cameras captured her walking through the parking lot and getting into her compact car. She drove away toward the main road that led through town. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Amanda failed to arrive home that evening, her sister attempted to call her several times but received no answer. By the following morning, when Amanda also failed to appear at school and had not responded to messages from colleagues, concern began to grow. School administrators contacted police later that day. Detectives began their investigation by tracing Amanda's route after leaving the school. Traffic cameras along the road showed her car passing through several intersections exactly as expected. But one camera captured something unusual. Her car suddenly turned into a small shopping plaza that she did not normally visit. Investigators checked security footage from the businesses in that plaza. One camera showed Amanda's car entering the parking lot around 6:25 p.m., but the recording did not clearly show what happened next. 2 days later, a maintenance worker discovered Amanda's car parked behind a closed furniture warehouse several blocks away from the plaza. The vehicle was locked, but detectives immediately noticed something troubling inside. Amanda's purse and phone were sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians carefully examined the interior of the vehicle. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seatbelt. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Amanda. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Amanda's personal and professional relationships. Friends described her life as stable and routine. She had no known conflicts at work and no recent financial problems. However, one name appeared repeatedly during interviews with coworkers. It was a former colleague named Daniel Brooks. Brooks had previously taught at the same high school, but had left the district several months earlier after disciplinary issues involving inappropriate behavior with staff members. Records showed that Amanda had reported one of those incidents to school administrators. Detectives located Brooks and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he had once worked with Amanda, but insisted they had not spoken since he left the school. He also claimed he had been at home the evening she disappeared, but investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his timeline. Cell phone records showed Brooks's phone traveling through the same shopping plaza where Amanda's car had been seen turning shortly after she left work. When detectives confronted him with that information, he claimed he had simply been driving through the area on his way to visit a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but was not enough on its own. A search warrant was obtained for Brooks's vehicle, a dark sedan that matched a car partially visible in the shopping plaza surveillance footage. Inside the trunk, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the fabric from Amanda's car seats. Even more concerning were faint blood traces that appeared to have been partially cleaned from the trunk lining. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Amanda. With the forensic evidence connecting his car to the missing teacher, Brooks was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives presented the lab results along with the phone records, placing him near the plaza that evening. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Brooks admitted that he had contacted Amanda earlier that day, asking to meet and talk about the report she had made against him months earlier. According to his statement, the two met in the shopping plaza parking lot shortly after she left school. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Brooks attacked Amanda. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to hide the crime by moving her body away from the area and abandoning her car behind the warehouse. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location where he had taken her. Detectives followed him to a remote section of woodland nearly 25 miles outside Overland Park. There they discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath leaves and loose soil. The remains were later confirmed to be Amanda Hayes. The case proceeded to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage from the shopping plaza showed Amanda's car arriving at the meeting location. Phone records placed Brooks at the scene. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Brooks took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Daniel Brooks was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Amanda Hayes' family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Students and colleagues at the school later organized a small scholarship in her name to honor the dedication she had shown to teaching. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how a case that began with almost no clear evidence could eventually be solved through persistence and careful analysis of small details. A turn into an unfamiliar parking lot, a few fibers inside a vehicle, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a late-night taxi ride that never reached its destination. A disappearance that at first seemed like a driver simply going off-route, but slowly unfolded into a calculated murder uncovered through careful investigation. In the winter of 2003, the city of Salt Lake City, Utah moved through cold, quiet nights where traffic thinned out quickly after midnight. Among the few still working during those hours was 41-year-old taxi driver Samuel Brooks. Samuel had been driving for a local cab company for nearly 8 years and was known by dispatchers as reliable and punctual. He often preferred late-night shifts because they brought steady fares from airports, restaurants, and downtown areas. On the night of December 9th, Samuel began his shift around 8 in the evening. For several hours, he completed routine pickups across the city, checking in regularly with dispatch as required. Shortly after 1:15 a.m., he received a call to pick up a passenger near a small bar on the edge of downtown. Dispatch records confirmed that Samuel acknowledged the request and arrived at the location a few minutes later. That will be the last confirmed contact anyone had with him. When Samuel failed to respond to radio calls later that night, dispatchers initially assumed he was busy with a passenger or experiencing minor equipment issues. But when several more attempts to reach him went unanswered and his vehicle tracking signal stopped moving, concern quickly grew. By early morning, the cab company contacted police. Detectives began by reviewing dispatch logs and the last known location of Samuel's taxi. The vehicle's tracking system showed it had traveled away from downtown shortly after picking up the passenger, heading toward a less populated industrial area on the outskirts of the city. Officers searched that area and, later that afternoon, located Samuel's taxi abandoned behind a row of closed warehouses. The vehicle was empty. Inside, however, investigators noticed several troubling details. Samuel's personal belongings, including his phone and wallet, were still inside the cab. The meter was still running when the vehicle was found, frozen at a fare that had never been completed. Forensic technicians examined the taxi carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood on the driver's seat and along the interior door panel. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Samuel. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives turned their attention to identifying the passenger who had entered the taxi that night. Investigators interviewed employees at the bar where Samuel had made his final pickup. One staff member recalled seeing a man leave the bar alone around the same time the taxi arrived. The man was described as being in his mid-30s and wearing a dark jacket. Another witness remembered the same individual speaking briefly on a phone outside before getting into the cab. Detectives began reviewing surveillance footage from the area. A camera near the bar captured a man matching the description entering Samuel's taxi at approximately 1:22 a.m. The footage also provided a partial view of the man's face. Investigators circulated the image and eventually received a tip identifying the individual as Ryan Mitchell. Mitchell was 35 years old and had a history of minor offenses, but nothing that immediately suggested involvement in a violent crime. Detectives located him and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Mitchell admitted he had taken a taxi that night, but claimed Samuel had dropped him off near his apartment without incident. He insisted he had no idea what happened afterward. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his story. Cell phone records placed Mitchell's phone in the same industrial area where the taxi had been found at around the time Samuel disappeared. When confronted with that information, Mitchell said he had asked the driver to take a detour because he needed to pick something up from a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was obtained for Mitchell's apartment. Inside, detectives discovered clothing that appeared to have been recently washed, but still contained faint traces of blood. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Samuel. With the evidence linking Mitchell directly to the crime, he was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him in the taxi and later at the industrial site. As the questioning continued, his story began to unravel. Eventually, Mitchell admitted that he had asked Samuel to drive to the industrial area under the pretense of meeting someone. According to his statement, once they arrived, an argument broke out inside the taxi. Investigators believe the confrontation escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Samuel attempted to defend himself, which explained the blood found inside the vehicle. After the attack, Mitchell abandoned the taxi and left the area on foot. Following several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had gone afterward and provided information that helped investigators locate additional evidence connected to the crime. The case proceeded to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Mitchell entering the taxi, directing it toward the industrial area, and being present at the location where the vehicle was abandoned. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence from both the taxi and Mitchell's clothing all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been spontaneous, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate decision to divert the route and isolate the driver. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Ryan Mitchell was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Samuel Brooks's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty. Fellow drivers at the cab company later pushed for improved safety measures, including better tracking systems and emergency alerts for late-night shifts. The investigation into Samuel's disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A single surveillance image, phone records placing someone in the wrong place, and small traces of blood eventually revealed the truth behind a crime that someone believed could remain hidden. In the end, it was the combination of technology, witness accounts, and forensic evidence that ensured the truth could not stay buried and that justice was finally served. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet university town in Pennsylvania. A man who was intelligent, soft-spoken, and studying to become a neuroscientist. His name was Hugo Selensky, and for years, he lived in a modest home surrounded by thick woods near Bear Creek Township. He appeared to be someone pursuing a future in science, someone focused on education and building a career. But hidden beneath that calm exterior was a secret that would eventually shock investigators and reveal a series of crimes buried literally beneath the ground he lived on. Hugo Selensky was born in 1974 and grew up in Pennsylvania. He was considered highly intelligent. He attended college and studied biochemistry and neuroscience. He was known to be quiet and reserved. People who met him often described him as polite but distant, someone who kept to himself. He eventually lived alone in a small house located in a wooded area, far enough from neighbors that his daily activities attracted little attention. In 2002, two people named Frank James and Karen Brandt disappeared. Frank James was a pharmacist. Karen Brandt was his girlfriend. They lived together and had plans for their future. Their sudden disappearance alarmed family members. They had not taken their belongings. They had not contacted friends or relatives. Their car was missing. Their absence was abrupt and unexplained. Police began investigating. They discovered that Frank James had been scheduled to meet Hugo Selinsky shortly before his disappearance. This connection immediately drew attention. Investigators questioned Selinsky. He denied involvement. He appeared calm. He gave no indication of panic or distress. But investigators continued examining evidence. In 2003, police obtained a search warrant for Selinsky's property. When they arrived at the wooded land surrounding his house, they began searching the ground carefully. Eventually, they discovered something buried beneath the soil. They found human remains. The bodies were identified as Frank James and Karen Brandt. Both had been killed. The discovery transformed the investigation completely. What had been a missing persons case was now a confirmed double homicide. Investigators expanded their search of Selinsky's property. They believed there could be more victims. During interrogation, Selinsky made statements that suggested additional crimes. He described conflicts with individuals. He described violence. But his statements were inconsistent, sometimes retracting admissions, sometimes suggesting involvement. Investigators continued searching the property. They found additional human remains. Over time, authorities came to believe that Selinsky may have been responsible for multiple murders. Some victims were individuals connected to criminal activity. Others had disappeared under unclear circumstances. Selinsky was arrested and charged with murder. The legal process was complex and extended over many years. Prosecutors presented forensic evidence connecting Selinsky to the victims. They presented physical evidence recovered from his property. They reconstructed timelines showing how victims had last been seen with him. Selinsky's defense challenged the evidence, arguing that it was incomplete or misinterpreted. But the physical evidence was difficult to dispute. In 2015, Hugo Selinsky was convicted of the murders of Frank James and Karen Brandt. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Investigators believe there may have been additional victims, but not all cases resulted in formal convictions due to lack of sufficient evidence. What makes this case especially disturbing is how ordinary Selinsky's life appeared from the outside. He lived quietly. He studied science. He interacted normally with people around him. Yet beneath his property were graves containing victims who had disappeared without explanation. For years, the wooded land surrounding his home concealed the truth. The soil remained undisturbed. The house remained quiet. There were no outward signs of what lay beneath. It was only through persistent investigation, search warrants, and forensic examination that investigators uncovered the evidence, revealing crimes that had remained hidden in silence beneath the surface of an otherwise ordinary place. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who vanished quietly, a disappearance that sat unresolved for decades, hidden inside an ordinary object, waiting silently while the world moved on. This is a true crime story about secrecy, patience, and how the past sometimes refuses to stay buried, no matter how carefully it is hidden. In the early 1960s, Raina Marroquin was a 26-year-old immigrant living in New York. She had come from El Salvador, seeking stability and opportunity, like many others at the time. She was described as gentle, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her family back home. She wrote letters regularly, sending money when she could, always expressing plans for the future. Raina worked in a textile factory, earning modest wages, sharing rooms, and building a life slowly and carefully. She was not reckless. She did not live dramatically. She followed routines. At some point, Raina began a relationship with her married supervisor, a man named Frederick Hart. He was older, established, and powerful within her workplace. The relationship was secretive, unequal, and dangerous in ways Raina likely did not fully understand at first. When she became pregnant, everything changed. Raina reportedly believed Frederick would leave his wife. She spoke about a future where they could be together openly. To her, the pregnancy was a beginning. To Frederick, it was a threat. In the spring of 1969, Raina suddenly stopped contacting her family. Letters ceased. Money transfers ended. For her relatives in El Salvador, communication delays were not unusual, but months passed, then years. Eventually, hope gave way to grief. Without proof, Raina was assumed lost to time, another immigrant swallowed by the anonymity of a large city. No missing person report was filed. No investigation began. Raina disappeared quietly. 32 years later, in 1999, a man named Patrick McLaughlin purchased a property in Jericho, New York. The house was old and in need of repairs. As Patrick worked in the backyard, he noticed something unusual beneath the soil, an old metal drum, heavily rusted, partially buried. Assuming it was leftover junk, he attempted to move it. The drum was extremely heavy. When he opened it, he was met with a smell that told him immediately this was not trash. Inside the barrel were human remains. The discovery shocked investigators. The remains were remarkably preserved due to the sealed container and chemicals inside. Forensic experts determined the victim was a young woman who had been murdered decades earlier. There were signs of strangulation. There was evidence of pregnancy. The case became known as the Barrel Girl murder. At first, no one knew who she was. Investigators reconstructed her face using forensic modeling. They released images to the public, hoping someone would recognize her. Leads trickled in slowly. Some went nowhere. Others contradicted each other. The victim had lived long enough ago that memories were faint, records incomplete, witnesses aging or dead. Still, the case moved forward. Isotope testing of her bones suggested she was not born in the United States. Dental work indicated she had spent part of her life in Central America. Gradually, through a combination of science and persistence, investigators identified her as Raina Marroquin. Now they had a name, but the killer was still free. The property where the barrel was found had once belonged to Frederick Hart. Frederick had died years earlier. At first, that seemed like the end of the trail. But investigators did not stop. They examined Frederick's life closely. They uncovered the affair. They learned about the pregnancy. They spoke to his former wife. And then, something remarkable happened. Frederick's widow began talking. She described strange behavior from decades earlier. She recalled a sudden new barrel appearing in the yard. She remembered Frederick insisting it never be moved. She remembered fear, confusion, and silence. Over time, she revealed that Frederick had confessed to her privately that he had killed Raina after she became pregnant, strangling her during an argument and panicking afterward. He had placed her body inside the drum and buried it in the yard. For decades, the barrel remained untouched, blending into the background of suburban life. Children played nearby. Seasons passed. Owners changed. Life continued. The truth waited. Although Frederick Hart could never be tried, the case was officially closed in 2011, more than 40 years after Raina's murder. Her death was finally acknowledged. Her story was finally told. Her family, long without answers, received confirmation of what had happened to her. Raina Marroquin was laid to rest with her name restored. This story lingers because of its stillness, because nothing exploded, nothing unraveled quickly, no frantic chase occurred. Instead, a crime waited patiently beneath the earth, sealed inside metal, protected by silence and time. It reminds us that justice does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it comes slowly, carried forward by chance, science, and the refusal to forget those who disappeared quietly. And even after decades, truth can still rise. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who committed one of the most methodical series of crimes in American history, lived openly for decades, and was eventually identified not because he confessed or slipped up, but because time and technology finally caught up with him. For years, his victims had no face to attach to their trauma. Police had no name to announce. Entire neighborhoods lived with the knowledge that someone was entering homes at night, controlling families without raising his voice, and leaving behind no identity at all. In the mid-1970s, California was expanding rapidly. New suburbs were being built faster than law enforcement could adapt to them. People trusted their neighborhoods. Windows were left unlocked. Side gates were rarely secured. It was common for families to believe that danger belonged to other places, not quiet residential streets lined with identical houses and trimmed lawns. That sense of safety became the opening this man needed. The first confirmed attacks occurred in Sacramento County. Victims described a masked intruder who entered their homes late at night, often through sliding doors or open windows. He carried a gun, but rarely fired it. The weapon wasn't for violence. It was for control. He spoke softly, issued calm instructions, and bound victims using shoelaces, cords, or items he found inside the house. In homes with couples, he separated them, stacking plates on the backs of husbands and warning that if he heard them move, their wives would be killed. He stayed for long periods of time, then left quietly, disappearing into the night without witnesses. As the attacks continued, fear spread in a way that didn't cause chaos, but changed behavior. People installed locks, bought dogs, slept lightly. The attacker adapted to every change. He learned which homes had alarms and how to disable them. He poisoned dogs. He studied police response times and altered his movements accordingly. Victims later realized he had been watching their homes for days or weeks before ever entering them. He wasn't impulsive. He was patient. Police called him the East Area Rapist. Dozens of attacks were linked through consistent behavior, but investigators struggled to narrow suspects. He left little physical evidence. He varied locations. He sometimes returned to the same victims months later, not to assault them again, but to prove he still had access to their lives. In some cases, he called victims afterward, breathing into the phone without speaking. The psychological damage extended far beyond the crimes themselves. By the late 1970s and early 1980s, a series of murders began occurring in Southern California. Couples were found bound and killed in their homes. The crime scenes felt different, but the bindings were familiar. The control was familiar. For years, law enforcement did not realize they were dealing with the same offender operating under different names in different regions. The East Area Rapist and the original Night Stalker were eventually understood to be one person, but by then, the trail had gone cold. Then, suddenly the crime stopped. No arrest was made. No explanation was given. The man simply vanished from the record. Victims aged. Investigators retired. Evidence was boxed and shelved. The case became something people spoke about carefully, aware that there were no answers coming. Decades later, advances in DNA analysis changed everything. Investigators uploaded crime scene DNA to public genealogy databases, not to search for the killer directly, but to identify relatives. Slowly, a family tree took shape. Cousins, distant matches, branches narrowed. One name emerged repeatedly at the center: Joseph James D'Angelo, a former police officer who had lived an unremarkable life for years. Police followed him quietly. They collected discarded DNA. The match was undeniable. In 2018, more than 40 years after the first attacks, Joseph D'Angelo was arrested. Neighbors were stunned. He was known as a quiet man, sometimes irritable, but ordinary. No one suspected the extent of what he had done. In court, D'Angelo eventually pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder and sexual assault. When he spoke, he did so without emotion, acknowledging crimes that had defined entire lifetimes of fear for his victims. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The Golden State Killer case is remembered not for chaos or spectacle, but for its silence, for the way evil hid inside routine, for how long it took for truth to surface, and for the reminder that some crimes do not end when they stop happening. They end only when they are finally named. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a successful businessman who seemed to have it all, about a family that vanished from their home on Thanksgiving weekend, and about how investigators discovered one man had been living a double life that ended in unimaginable tragedy. In November 2009, John List's name resurfaced in the news, but the story actually began decades earlier in Westfield, New Jersey. In 1971, John List was a 46-year-old accountant living with his wife Helen, their 3 teenage children, and his elderly mother in a 19-room Victorian mansion. To neighbors, the List seemed like a typical suburban family. But behind closed doors, John was drowning in financial problems and struggling with rigid religious beliefs that would lead to a horrific decision. John List was a deeply religious man who attended church regularly and taught Sunday school. He was also extremely controlling and became increasingly disturbed by what he saw as his family's moral failures. His wife Helen had become an alcoholic and was suffering from mental health issues. His daughter Patricia was interested in drama and acting, which John considered sinful. His sons were showing typical teenage rebellion. To John's rigid worldview, his family was falling away from God, and he felt responsible. John was also facing severe financial problems. He had lost his job and couldn't find new work, but he was too proud to tell his family. Every day, he would leave the house pretending to go to work, spending his days at the train station or library. The family was burning through their savings. The mortgage was overdue, and they were on the verge of losing everything. John couldn't face the shame of his family discovering his failures. On November 9th, 1971, John List made a decision that he believed was merciful. He wrote a confession letter to his pastor explaining what he was about to do. In his twisted logic, John believed that if his family continued down their current path, they would lose their souls and go to hell. He decided it would be better to end their lives while they still had a chance at salvation. That morning, John prepared carefully. He laid out sleeping bags in the ballroom of their mansion. Then, methodically and coldly, he went through the house, taking the lives of his entire family. He shot his wife Helen in the back of the head while she was eating breakfast in the kitchen. He then shot his mother Alma in the head while she was in her apartment on the 3rd floor. When his children came home from school that afternoon, John was waiting. He shot 16-year-old Patricia first, then dragged her body to the ballroom. 13-year-old Frederick came home next, and John shot him as well. 15-year-old John Jr. arrived last from his soccer game. John shot his youngest son multiple times because the boy tried to run away after seeing what was happening. After taking all 5 lives, John carefully arranged the bodies in the ballroom on the sleeping bags. He placed his wife and children side by side, but left his mother upstairs, later claiming it was too difficult to move her body. He turned on music throughout the house, lowered the heat to slow decomposition, and turned on lights to make it appear someone was home. John then wrote several letters, including the one to his pastor explaining his actions in religious terms. He described how he was saving his family's souls by ending their lives before they strayed further from God. The letter was chilling in its calmness and the twisted logic John used to justify mass murder. He truly believed he was doing the right thing. After cleaning up and packing a single suitcase, John List simply walked away from the house. He drove to New York, abandoned his car at an airport, and disappeared. For nearly 18 years, John List lived under assumed names, eventually settling in Colorado and remarrying. He became Bob Clark, a mild-mannered accountant who attended church and seemed like a normal, quiet man. Back in Westfield, the bodies weren't discovered for nearly a month. Neighbors noticed the lights on constantly and heard music playing, but assumed the family had gone on vacation. It wasn't until December that someone finally entered the house and made the horrific discovery. The List mansion, with its dark history, eventually burned down in mysterious circumstances years later. Police immediately identified John List as the suspect, but he had vanished completely. Despite nationwide searches and investigations, authorities couldn't locate him. The case went cold, and John List seemed to have gotten away with taking 5 lives. In 1989, the television show America's Most Wanted featured the List case. They worked with forensic sculptor Frank Bender to create a bust showing what John List might look like after 18 years on the run. Bender's age-progressed sculpture was remarkably accurate, even predicting that List would be wearing glasses similar to those he had worn before. Just 11 days after the show aired, a woman in Colorado contacted authorities. She had seen the episode and recognized the sculpture as resembling her neighbor, Bob Clark. When police investigated, they discovered that Bob Clark was indeed John List. His fingerprints matched perfectly. John List was arrested in June 1989, nearly 18 years after he had massacred his family. He showed no emotion when confronted and calmly admitted his identity. At trial, his defense team tried to argue that he was insane at the time of the crimes, but the careful planning and methodical nature of what he did proved otherwise. The prosecution showed that John had planned everything carefully. He had stopped the mail, canceled the milk delivery, and told his children's schools they would be away visiting a sick relative. These actions demonstrated clear thinking and awareness of what he was doing, contradicting any insanity defense. In 1990, John List was convicted on 5 counts of first-degree ending of life. He was sentenced to 5 consecutive life terms, meaning he would spend the rest of his life in prison. Throughout the trial and afterward, John showed little remorse for his actions. He maintained that he had done what he believed was necessary to save his family's souls, even though he had destroyed 5 lives and devastated extended family members. John List died in prison in 2008 at the age of 82. He had spent nearly 19 years as a fugitive and another 18 years behind bars. But no amount of time could undo what he had done or bring back Helen, Alma, Patricia, Frederick, and John Jr. The List case remains one of the most chilling examples of familicide in American history. John List's twisted interpretation of religion, combined with his pride and inability to face his failures, led him to commit an unthinkable act. 5 innocent people lost their lives because one man decided that death was preferable to living with financial problems and personal disappointment. The tragedy serves as a dark reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from within our own homes. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention more than air, about lies that spiraled into murder, and about how the need to be seen as a victim can transform someone into a monster. In the small town of Springfield, Missouri, where neighbors knew each other and supported one another through hardships, a young mother was gaining sympathy and admiration for her strength in the face of tragedy. Her daughter suffered from mysterious illnesses that required frequent hospitalizations. Friends rallied around her, impressed by her devotion and resilience. But the illnesses were not mysterious at all. They were being caused by the mother herself. This is the story of Dee Blanchard and the murder that exposed years of abuse. For over a decade, Dee convinced the world that her daughter Gypsy Rose was severely ill, confined to a wheelchair, mentally disabled, and suffering from leukemia, muscular dystrophy, and numerous other conditions. She shaved Gypsy's head, forced her to use a wheelchair, and underwent unnecessary surgeries and treatments. In reality, Gypsy was healthy. Dee had Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a disorder where caregivers fabricate or induce illness in those they care for to gain attention and sympathy. On June 14, 2015, Gypsy and her secret boyfriend, Nicholas Gojon, murdered Dee, stabbing her to death in her sleep. The murder exposed decades of abuse and raised difficult questions about victim and perpetrator. Claudine Petra, who later called herself Dee Blanchard, was born on May 3, 1967, in Chack Bay, Louisiana. She grew up in a troubled family where manipulation and dysfunction were normal. From a young age, Dee showed patterns of lying and stealing. Family members described her as someone who constantly sought attention and would fabricate stories to make herself the center of drama. Dee became pregnant as a teenager and gave birth to Gypsy Rose in 1991. The father, Rod Blanchard, was young and unprepared for parenthood. He and Dee separated shortly after Gypsy's birth, though Rod remained involved and paid child support. This gave Dee the perfect situation, a child she could control completely without interference from a partner. When Gypsy was a baby, Dee began claiming the child had sleep apnea and other health problems. As Gypsy grew, the list of supposed illnesses expanded dramatically. Dee claimed Gypsy had muscular dystrophy, leukemia, epilepsy, asthma, and the mental capacity of a 7-year-old due to brain damage from premature birth. None of this was true. Gypsy had been born full-term and healthy. Dee Dee forced Gypsy to use a wheelchair, even though she could walk. She shaved Gypsy's head to mimic hair loss from chemotherapy that Gypsy never actually needed. She had feeding tubes inserted even though Gypsy could eat normally. She subjected her daughter to unnecessary surgeries, medications, and treatments, all to maintain the illusion of severe illness. The deception worked spectacularly. Doctors were fooled by Dee Dee's detailed medical histories and her ability to describe symptoms convincingly. When doctors expressed doubt, Dee Dee would simply find new doctors and claim previous records had been lost. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Dee Dee used the disaster as an excuse for why medical records were unavailable, making it nearly impossible for doctors to verify her claims. Dee Dee and Gypsy became local celebrities. They received a house from Habitat for Humanity, trips to Disney World from Make-A-Wish Foundation, and constant attention from charities and well-wishers. Dee Dee basked in the sympathy and admiration, presenting herself as a saintly mother caring for a desperately ill child. But Gypsy was becoming aware that something was wrong. As she entered her teens, she realized she was not actually sick. She could walk when her mother was not watching. She was not mentally disabled. She began to understand that her mother was lying and that she was trapped in a prison of fabricated illness. Gypsy began secretly using the internet, creating online profiles where she pretended to be a healthy young woman. In 2012, she met Nicholas Gojon through a Christian dating site. Nicholas had his own psychological problems, including autism and a disturbed sexual fixation on violence. But he believed Gypsy's claims that she was being held prisoner by her abusive mother. Over 3 years, Gypsy and Nicholas developed a relationship conducted entirely online and during brief secret meetings. Gypsy became convinced that murder was her only escape from Dee Dee's control. She manipulated Nicholas, playing on his devotion and his violent fantasies, convincing him that killing Dee Dee was the only way they could be together. On June 14th, 2015, Nicholas traveled to Springfield and entered the home Dee Dee and Gypsy shared. While Dee Dee slept, Nicholas stabbed her 17 times, killing her. Gypsy waited in another room, listening to her mother die. Afterward, they took money and fled to Wisconsin, where Nicholas lived. Before leaving, Gypsy posted messages on Facebook from Dee Dee's account saying cryptic things that alarmed friends. When concerned neighbors found Dee Dee's body days later, police initially feared Gypsy had been kidnapped by whoever killed her mother. But investigation quickly revealed the truth. Police tracked Gypsy and Nicholas to Wisconsin through online records and arrested them. During interrogation, the full scope of Dee Dee's deception emerged. Medical experts examined Gypsy and confirmed she had no significant health problems. The wheelchair, the medications, the surgeries had all been unnecessary. Years of medical abuse inflicted by a mother whose need for attention had destroyed her daughter's childhood. The legal and moral questions were complex. Gypsy had participated in murdering her mother, but she had also been a victim of horrific abuse for her entire life. Nicholas had committed the actual killing, but had been manipulated by Gypsy. In 2016, Gypsy pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Nicholas was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. Gypsy Rose was released from prison in December 2023 after serving 8 years. She has spoken publicly about the abuse she suffered and her regret over the murder. She acknowledges she should have sought help through legal means, but felt she had no other escape from her mother's control. The case revealed the horrors of Munchausen syndrome by proxy and how medical systems can fail to protect victims when caregivers are skilled manipulators. It raised difficult questions about culpability when victims of long-term abuse commit violence against their abusers. And it demonstrated that sometimes the people who seem most devoted and caring are actually the most dangerous, using love and concern as masks for cruelty and control. Next story. I'm going to tell you about a man who wore a police uniform, who carried a badge issued by one of the most recognized law enforcement agencies in the world, and who used that badge not only as identification, but as a shield. His name was Wayne Couzens. and for years he worked as a serving officer within London's Metropolitan Police Service, assigned at one point to a unit responsible for diplomatic protection. On the surface, he was another uniformed presence on the streets of the United Kingdom, a man entrusted with authority, trained in procedure, and empowered to detain citizens when necessary. Beneath that authority, however, was a pattern of behavior that would ultimately lead to one of the most widely discussed criminal cases in modern British history. Wayne Couzens was born in 1972 in Kent, England. Before joining the Metropolitan Police, he worked in various security-related roles, including positions within other police forces. By 2018, he had become a firearms officer within the Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Command. This role involved guarding embassies and government buildings, and it carried both status and responsibility. Colleagues described him as quiet and unremarkable, someone who blended into the background rather than stood out. There were no public indications that he would become the subject of national outrage. On the evening of March 3, 2021, Sarah Everard, a 33-year-old marketing executive, left a friend's house in Clapham, South London, and began walking home. It was a familiar route along well-lit main roads. Surveillance cameras later captured her moving calmly along the pavement. At approximately 9:30 p.m., she encountered Wayne Couzens. He was off-duty but carrying his police warrant card. Using the authority of his position, he falsely arrested her under the pretense of enforcing COVID-19 lockdown regulations, which were in place at the time. Witnesses later reported seeing a woman standing beside a car with hazard lights flashing, speaking to a man who appeared to be conducting an arrest. Because he presented himself as a police officer, the situation did not immediately raise alarm. Sarah Everard was placed into Couzens' vehicle. In the days that followed, her disappearance triggered a large-scale missing persons investigation. The Metropolitan Police reviewed CCTV footage across South London, tracing her last known movements. Video evidence eventually showed Couzens' rented car traveling from London toward Kent. Automatic number plate recognition systems identified the vehicle's route. Detectives began focusing on the registered driver. On March 9, 2021, Wayne Couzens was arrested at his home in Kent. Search teams later discovered Sarah Everard's remains in woodland near Ashford, Kent. Forensic analysis linked the crime scene and the vehicle to Couzens. Digital data, including phone records and surveillance footage, established a detailed timeline. Evidence showed premeditation, including the rental of the vehicle and steps taken to conceal his actions. In July 2021, Wayne Couzens pleaded guilty to kidnapping, rape, and murder. During sentencing, the court described his conduct as a grave abuse of power. He was given a whole life order, meaning he will spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole, one of the most severe penalties available under UK law. The case had national consequences beyond the courtroom. Public trust in policing was shaken, particularly among women who expressed fear about personal safety and concerns about misuse of authority. Vigils held in Sarah Everard's memory drew thousands. Independent reviews were launched into police vetting procedures, internal misconduct reporting, and institutional culture. Questions emerged regarding earlier allegations of inappropriate behavior that had not resulted in decisive action. Investigations revealed that Couzens had previously been accused of indecent exposure, though those incidents had not prevented his continued service. The case prompted renewed examination of how complaints against officers are handled and how warning signs are assessed within law enforcement institutions. Today, Wayne Couzens remains incarcerated under a whole life sentence. His case stands as a documented example of how authority can be weaponized when oversight fails and warning signs are not fully addressed. It demonstrated how technology, such as CCTV networks, vehicle tracking systems, and digital forensics can reconstruct movements with precision, and it led to structural reviews within British policing. Sarah Everard's death became more than a single criminal case. It became a catalyst for national discussion about safety, accountability, and institutional responsibility. The events of that evening in March 2021 unfolded on ordinary streets under streetlights and traffic cameras. in a setting that appeared routine. The crime was not hidden in isolation, but occurred within plain sight, shielded by the appearance of lawful authority until careful investigation exposed what had truly happened. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who erased his entire family quietly, methodically, and then vanished so completely that for nearly 2 decades, no one knew where he had gone or how he had done it. This is a true crime story about control, shame, patience, and how an ordinary-looking life can hide something unimaginably cold beneath its surface. In the early 1970s, John List lived with his family in a large mansion-style home in Westfield, New Jersey. From the outside, the house looked impressive, even grand. It stood as a symbol of stability and success. Inside lived John, his wife Helen, their 3 children, and John's elderly mother. To neighbors and acquaintances, the List family appeared reserved, traditional, and deeply religious. They attended church regularly. They followed routines. There were no public scandals, no visible chaos. John List was quiet and rigid. He believed strongly in order, discipline, and moral structure. He saw himself as the head of the household, responsible for guiding his family not just materially, but spiritually. He believed that appearances mattered deeply. Failure, to him, was not just personal. It was shameful. Behind that controlled exterior, however, John's life was slowly collapsing. He had lost his job. His finances were falling apart. Debt was mounting. The lifestyle he believed his family needed was no longer sustainable. Instead of adjusting, instead of asking for help, John withdrew further into himself. He continued dressing neatly, attending church, and pretending everything was fine. He told no one the truth. Inside his mind, something dangerous was forming. John began convincing himself that his family would not survive what was coming. He believed they would be humiliated. He believed they would lose their faith. He believed the world would corrupt them. Gradually, disturbingly, he reframed murder as mercy. He convinced himself that killing them would save them. On November 9th, 1971, John List acted. That morning, he went about his routine calmly. There was no explosion of anger, no sudden break. One by one, he killed his family members inside their home. His wife, his children, his mother. Each act was deliberate, controlled, quiet. He arranged their bodies carefully, positioning them as if they were sleeping or praying. He turned on classical music to fill the house with sound, masking the silence that followed. Afterward, John did not flee in panic. He cleaned. He wrote letters. He canceled newspaper deliveries. He shut off lights. He locked the house. Then he simply walked away. For weeks, no one noticed. Neighbors assumed the family was away. The house sat undisturbed, filled with music playing endlessly in empty rooms. It was only when a concerned acquaintance requested a welfare check that police entered the home and discovered the bodies. The scene stunned investigators. There were no signs of struggle, no forced entry, no robbery. Everything pointed inward, and John List was gone. The investigation stretched on, but leads dried up quickly. John had planned carefully. He left behind little trace. No clear destination. No impulsive mistakes. As years passed, the case went cold. The large house was eventually demolished, but the mystery remained. Nearly 18 years later, the case resurfaced unexpectedly. In 1989, John List's story was featured on a television program focused on wanted fugitives. For the first time, a forensic artist created an age-progressed image of what John might look like after nearly 2 decades on the run. The image was broadcast nationally. Someone recognized him. That someone was a neighbor in a quiet town in Virginia who knew a man named Robert Clark, a reserved, polite accountant, a church-going man, a devoted husband, someone who fit seamlessly into the background of suburban life. Robert Clark was John List. He had remarried. He had built a new life. He had maintained the same rigid routines, the same controlled demeanor. For 18 years, he lived undetected, blending into normalcy with chilling ease. When police arrested him, John did not resist. He did not deny what he had done. At trial, he showed little emotion. He spoke calmly. He framed his actions as tragic but necessary. The jury did not accept this narrative. In 1990, John List was convicted of 5 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison. What makes this story linger is not just the violence. It is the patience, the calculation, the way a man erased an entire family and then waited quietly for years, living as if nothing had happened. It forces us to confront how little we sometimes know about the people beside us, how appearances can be carefully constructed, how danger does not always arrive screaming. Sometimes it arrives dressed neatly, speaking softly, and waiting for the right moment. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing gym owner after closing time. A disappearance that at first seemed like someone stepping out for a short errand, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through patient investigation. In the spring of 2007, the city of Tampa, Florida moved through long, humid evenings where businesses stayed open late and people filled gyms, restaurants, and small shops across the city. Among them was 38-year-old fitness trainer and gym owner Marcus Reed. Marcus had built his small training facility from the ground up and was known by his clients as disciplined, focused, and consistent. His routine rarely changed. He usually stayed at the gym until late evening, finishing training sessions, cleaning equipment, and handling paperwork before locking up and heading home. Because of that routine, his absence was noticed almost immediately when something went wrong. On the night of May 21st, Marcus finished his last session around 9:45 p.m. A client later recalled speaking with him briefly as they left the building. Security cameras inside the gym showed Marcus wiping down equipment and turning off lights before exiting through the front door at approximately 10:02 p.m. The camera outside captured him locking the entrance and walking toward his car park just a few spaces away. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Marcus did not return home that night, his sister attempted to call him several times but received no answer. By the following morning, when the gym remained closed and Marcus had missed scheduled sessions with clients, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that afternoon. Detectives began by reviewing surveillance footage from the gym and nearby businesses. Cameras showed Marcus's car leaving the parking lot and heading toward the main road that led to his neighborhood. But one traffic camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing home, his vehicle turned toward a side street that led into a less populated commercial area filled with warehouses and closed storefronts. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, a sanitation worker discovered Marcus's car parked behind an empty warehouse in that same area. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Marcus's gym bag was sitting on the passenger seat, and his phone was in the center console. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Marcus. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Marcus's personal and professional relationships. Clients described him as dedicated and fair. Financial records showed the gym had been doing well, but there had been a recent dispute involving a former business partner. The partner was a man named Kevin Shaw. Shaw had originally invested in the gym when it first opened, but had left the business several months earlier after disagreements about finances and management. According to records, the separation had been tense, with both men disputing ownership shares and future profits. Detectives decided to interview Shaw. During the conversation, he admitted there had been disagreements, but insisted he had moved on to other business ventures. He claimed he had not seen Marcus recently and had spent the evening of May 21st at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Shaw's phone in the same commercial area where Marcus's car had been found at approximately the same time he disappeared. When confronted with that information, Shaw said he had been driving through the area to meet a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A security guard who worked at a nearby warehouse later reported seeing 2 vehicles parked behind the building around 10:30 that night. One of them matched Marcus's car. The other was a dark SUV that remained there for several minutes before quickly leaving. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from surrounding streets and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching the SUV description. The license plate was traced back to Kevin Shaw. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his SUV. Inside the rear cargo area, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the upholstery from Marcus's car. More significantly, they found faint traces of blood that appeared to have been partially cleaned from the floor lining. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Marcus Reed. Shaw was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing his vehicle at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Shaw admitted that he had contacted Marcus earlier that evening asking to meet and discuss their ongoing financial dispute. According to his statement, the meeting took place behind the warehouse where Marcus's car was later found. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument about the business and money. During the confrontation, Shaw attacked Marcus. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to hide the crime by moving the body away from the area and cleaning his vehicle. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Marcus. Detectives followed him to a remote stretch of land nearly 30 miles outside Tampa, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath loose soil and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Marcus Reed. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage showed Marcus leaving the gym and diverting from his normal route. Cell phone records placed Shaw at the scene. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Shaw took afterward to conceal the body and clean his SUV. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Kevin Shaw was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Marcus Reed's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Clients and friends remembered him as someone who had built his life around discipline, health, and helping others improve themselves. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A witness noticing two vehicles behind a warehouse, traces of blood someone tried to erase, and careful forensic work eventually revealed the truth behind a crime that someone believed could remain hidden. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing construction site supervisor. A disappearance that at first seemed like someone leaving work early, but slowly unfolded into a controlled and deliberate act that investigators had to piece together from scattered evidence. In the summer of 2013, the city of Atlanta, Georgia, was expanding rapidly, with new residential and commercial buildings rising across the outskirts. Among those overseeing these projects was 45-year-old supervisor Daniel Reeves. Daniel had spent over 20 years in construction management and was known for strict oversight, tight deadlines, and zero tolerance for mistakes. He was not popular with everyone, but he was respected. His job required him to stay late frequently, especially near project deadlines. Workers often left before him, knowing he would remain behind to check materials, lock equipment, and review site reports. On the evening of July 18th, Daniel stayed at a large residential construction site after most of the crew had left. A worker later recalled seeing him near the central structure around 8:20 p.m., reviewing paperwork under temporary lighting. Security cameras positioned at the entrance showed the last vehicle leaving the site at 8:37 p.m. Daniel's truck was still there. That detail would matter later. When Daniel did not return home that night, his wife initially assumed he had stayed late or gone directly to another site. But when his phone remained unreachable and he missed a scheduled meeting the next morning, concern quickly began to build. Police were contacted by midday. Detectives arrived at the construction site and immediately noticed something unusual. Daniel's truck was still parked near the main structure. The keys were missing. Inside the vehicle, his phone was found on the passenger seat. That alone raised concern. Forensic teams began examining both the vehicle and the surrounding site. Near a partially completed building, investigators discovered small traces of blood on the ground near a stack of construction materials. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing worker records and recent activity on the site. Several employees mentioned ongoing tension between Daniel and a subcontractor named Jason Mercer. Mercer had been responsible for supplying materials, but had recently been confronted by Daniel over delays, missing inventory, and suspected falsified reports. According to multiple workers, their arguments had become increasingly heated in the days leading up to the disappearance. Detectives located Mercer and brought him in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted there had been disagreements, but insisted they were professional. He claimed he had left the site earlier that evening and had not returned. However, investigators quickly found inconsistencies. Security footage from a nearby road captured a pickup truck entering the construction site after 9 p.m., well after most workers had left. The vehicle matched Mercer's truck. Cell phone records placed him at the site during that same time frame. When confronted, Mercer claimed he had returned briefly to retrieve equipment. The explanation did not align with the timeline. Investigators obtained a search warrant for his truck. Inside, forensic technicians discovered dust and debris consistent with the construction site. But more importantly, they found faint traces of blood in the bed of the truck that appear to have been partially washed away. Laboratory testing confirmed it belonged to Daniel Reeves. Mercer was brought in again. This time detectives laid out everything. The footage, the phone data, the blood evidence, the timeline that left no room for coincidence. As the pressure increased, his version of events began to unravel. Eventually, he admitted returning to the site that night to confront Daniel about the disputes over contracts and payments. Investigators believe he chose the timing carefully, knowing the site would be empty and there would be no witnesses. The confrontation escalated quickly. Evidence suggested Daniel attempted to defend himself, which aligned with the blood found near the construction materials. What followed was not panic, but a series of decisions. Mercer moved Daniel's body from the site, loaded it into his truck, and attempted to clean any visible evidence before leaving. For nearly 2 days, the location remained unknown. During extended questioning, Mercer finally disclosed where he had taken him. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area outside the city limits where the ground had been recently disturbed. Buried beneath loose soil and construction debris, they found Daniel Reeves. The trial that followed focused heavily on intent. Prosecutors presented a timeline showing Mercer returning to the site after hours, confronting Daniel, and then taking deliberate steps afterward to remove evidence and transport the body. The defense attempted to frame the incident as a sudden argument that spiraled out of control. But the prosecution emphasized what came after: the planning, the movement, the attempt to erase what happened. The jury deliberated for less than a full day. The verdict was guilty. Jason Mercer was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Reeves's family, the outcome brought an end to months of uncertainty, but not the absence left behind. Co-workers described him as demanding but committed, someone who believed that responsibility meant staying until the job was done. In the end, it was not a single piece of evidence that solved the case, but the accumulation of small details that refused to fit together the way they were supposed to, until the truth became impossible to ignore. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing water treatment plant operator during a routine overnight shift, a disappearance that unfolded inside a facility designed for constant monitoring and control, yet in a span of time so ordinary that nothing immediately appeared out of place. In the early months of 2019, a municipal water treatment plant on the outskirts of Sacramento, California operated through the night with a reduced staff, relying on automated systems and periodic manual checks to maintain flow, pressure, and filtration levels. Among those assigned to the overnight rotation was 42-year-old operator James Porter. a technician with more than 10 years of experience managing system controls and responding to irregular readings. His responsibilities included monitoring digital panels, inspecting mechanical components, and logging system updates at regular intervals, all of which were recorded through a centralized control system. On the night of January 26th, James began his shift just before 10 p.m., taking over from the previous operator and reviewing system status reports. Over the next several hours, his activity logs showed a consistent pattern of checks and adjustments, each entry time stamped and aligned with normal operations. At approximately 2:14 a.m., he recorded a routine inspection of a filtration unit located in a secondary processing area, a section of the facility that required physical access and was not continuously staffed. That entry would become his last. When a next scheduled system check was not logged, the control center flagged it as a delay, but not immediately as a problem. Minor lapses in manual logging were not uncommon, especially during overnight hours when staffing was limited. However, as additional checks went unrecorded and attempts to reach James by internal communication systems failed, concern began to grow. By early morning, supervisors initiated a search of the facility. James's workstation in the control room appeared undisturbed. His identification badge, however, was not present, indicating he had left the immediate area. When investigators moved toward the secondary processing section, where his last log had been recorded, they began to notice irregularities that did not align with routine inspection activity. Near a maintenance platform adjacent to the filtration unit, forensic technicians identified faint traces of blood along a railing and on the concrete surface below. The markings were subtle and not visible without detailed examination, but sufficient to confirm that an incident had occurred in that location. Laboratory testing later confirmed that the blood belonged to James Porter. The investigation shifted immediately, focusing on access to the facility during the relevant time frame. Entry logs showed that only a limited number of personnel had been present overnight. Among them was a contracted maintenance technician named Victor Hale, who had been assigned to perform equipment checks in a separate section of the plant. Hale's access records indicated movement between multiple areas of the facility during the same window in which James's activity ceased. When questioned, Hale stated that he had been performing routine maintenance tasks and had not encountered James during his shift. His explanation appeared consistent with his assigned duties, but discrepancies began to emerge when investigators compared his movement logs with the facility layout. Records showed that he had accessed the secondary processing area despite having no assigned work there that night. Surveillance within the plant was limited to key entry points and exterior zones, but one camera positioned near a service corridor captured Hale entering the area leading toward the filtration unit shortly before James's final log entry. There is no corresponding footage showing him leaving through the same route within the expected time frame. A search warrant executed on Hale's vehicle provided additional evidence. Forensic teams identified trace materials consistent with the plant environment, including residue unique to the filtration area. More significantly, they had faint biological traces in the cargo area that had been partially cleaned. Laboratory analysis confirmed the presence of James's blood. During a second interview, investigators presented the collected evidence, aligning access records, surveillance footage, and forensic findings into a clear sequence. As the timeline became increasingly defined, Hale's account began to change. He admitted to entering the secondary processing area and encountering James near the filtration unit, stating that a disagreement had occurred regarding equipment access and procedures. Investigators determined that the confrontation escalated within the confined industrial space. The limited visibility and isolated nature of the area provided conditions where the incident could occur without immediate detection. What followed was a series of actions that extended beyond the initial encounter, involving movement through service corridors and the use of access points not regularly monitored. It required additional questioning before Hale disclosed where he had taken him, leading investigators to a location outside the facility where evidence confirmed the outcome of the case. At trial, the prosecution focused on the integration of digital logs, physical evidence and movement patterns within the plant, demonstrating how each element contributed to a structured reconstruction of events. Victor Hale was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For those who worked at the facility, the case altered how routine activity was perceived, showing that even in an environment defined by constant monitoring, the most critical moment can occur in a space between systems, where human presence is assumed but not immediately verified, and where a single missing entry can carry more weight than hours of recorded normalcy. Next story. Nobody inside the restaurant noticed anything unusual about the man sitting alone near the back wall. He arrived shortly after midnight, ordered coffee, barely touched it, and spent long stretches staring through the window at the parking lot outside. Employees later remembered him because he looked exhausted rather than dangerous. His clothes were clean. His posture was calm. At one point, he even thanked a waitress politely when she refilled his cup. Less than 8 hours later, police would connect him to one of the most disturbing family murders in California that year. The man's name was John List. For nearly a month before investigators found the bodies, the List family home in Westfield, New Jersey, had remained completely silent. Lights stayed off. Curtains remained closed. Neighbors assumed the family had traveled suddenly or gone to stay with relatives. Mail collected slowly in the mailbox. Milk bottles sat untouched near the entrance. Nothing dramatic drew attention because suburban neighborhoods are built around routine privacy. People notice noise more than silence. What no one realized was that 5 members of the List family were already dead inside the house. The discovery came only because neighbors finally complained about something unusual drifting through the empty mansion. Music. Classical organ music had been playing continuously through the home's intercom system for days. When police entered the property on December 7th, 1971, they found an almost impossibly controlled crime scene. The bodies of John List's wife, mother, and 3 children were placed carefully in separate rooms. Each victim had been shot methodically. There are no signs of frenzy, struggle, or chaotic violence. Instead, investigators found something colder: organization. Meals had been left partially prepared. School notices sat neatly arranged. In one room, detectives discovered a long letter written by John List himself. He had planned everything. According to the letter, List believed his family faced financial and spiritual ruin. He had lost his job months earlier, but concealed it from everyone around him while pretending to continue normal work routines each day. Debt mounted quietly. The family's expensive lifestyle became impossible to maintain. Rather than expose the collapse publicly, prosecutors later believed List retreated into increasingly distorted religious thinking and decided killing his family was somehow an act of salvation. The murders unfolded over several hours. Investigators reconstructed how List waited for family members to return home one at a time before shooting them. His wife Helen was killed first. His mother was murdered afterward inside her apartment section of the house. Later, his children arrived home from school unaware anything was wrong. One by one, he killed them all. Then he cleaned himself, organized paperwork, contacted schools to explain future absences, stopped mail deliveries, turned on the music system, and disappeared. The calmness of the scene disturbed investigators deeply. Nothing inside the house reflected emotional explosion. There were no overturned tables, broken objects, or signs of panic. Instead, detectives walked through room after room, feeling as though they were moving inside a carefully arranged performance created by someone determined to delay discovery as long as possible. For nearly 18 years, John List vanished completely. He abandoned his car near an airport, changed his identity, remarried, and built an entirely new life under the name Robert Clark. During those years, he worked regular jobs, attended church, socialized normally, and avoided attention so effectively that even neighbors who knew him personally suspected nothing. The breakthrough came from television. In 1989, the case was featured on the program America's Most Wanted. Investigators commissioned a forensic sculptor to create an age-progressed bust estimating how List might appear decades older. The reconstruction proved remarkably accurate. Someone recognized him. Police arrested John List at his Virginia home shortly afterward. By then, he had spent nearly 2 decades living quietly as though the murders had never happened. During interrogation, List remained composed. He admitted responsibility without dramatic emotion and continued insisting he believed he had acted rationally at the time. Investigators later described him as unsettlingly calm, more concerned with explaining his logic than expressing grief. At trial, prosecutors emphasized the extraordinary planning involved in the murders and escape. This was not spontaneous violence. It was systematic annihilation carried out by a man who believed maintaining control mattered more than human life itself. John List was convicted on 5 counts of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. He died in prison in 2008. What continued haunting investigators long after the conviction was not only the brutality of the murders, but the silence surrounding them afterward. The house remained standing peacefully in the neighborhood for weeks while bodies decomposed inside. Holiday decorations appeared on nearby homes. Children walked to school past the property every morning. Life continued normally only yards away from a mass murder scene hidden behind closed curtains. The List case became one of America's most infamous family annihilation murders because of the contrast between appearance and reality. John List looked ordinary. The house looked ordinary. The neighborhood looked ordinary. Yet inside that silence, an entire family disappeared before anyone realized the man responsible had already driven away and started becoming someone else. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, manipulation, and how a desire for control can turn an ordinary life into a nightmare. This is the story of Ariel Castro, a man whose quiet presence masked unspeakable evil and the crimes that shocked a city, a nation, and ultimately the world. Ariel Castro was born on July 24, 1960, in Cleveland, Ohio, to Puerto Rican parents. His early life was difficult. His father was reportedly strict and sometimes abusive, and the family struggled financially. Ariel had an older brother and 2 sisters, and those closest to him described him as shy, withdrawn, and emotionally unstable. From a young age, he exhibited signs of possessiveness and control, though few realized how far these tendencies would later escalate. As a teenager, Castro was considered socially awkward. He struggled in school and often kept to himself. While some classmates described him as polite and courteous, others noticed his temper and his obsession with asserting dominance over situations he could control. He later worked as a bus driver for the Cleveland Transit System, a job that gave him access to the city and allowed him to blend into everyday life while planning darker acts in secret. In the early 1990s, Castro's life took a seemingly ordinary turn. He married, had children, and bought a house in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. Friends and neighbors saw a family man, someone who appeared caring and stable. But behind closed doors, a darker side of his personality was developing, fueled by a desire to control and dominate. In 2002, Ariel Castro's obsession turned horrific. He began targeting young women in the Cleveland area, luring them into his home with promises of friendship, work opportunities, or help. Once inside, his charm disappeared, replaced by a chilling need for control and domination. Castro kidnapped Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus over a period spanning from 2002 to 2004. Each woman was held captive for years in his house, subjected to unimaginable abuse, and stripped of any autonomy. Michelle Knight was the first victim. On August 23, 2002, she was 21 years old when Castro abducted her. He held her for over a decade, convincing her that no one could help her and isolating her completely. 2 years later, he kidnapped Amanda Berry, then 16, and in 2004, Gina De Jesus, age 14. Each woman was subjected to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, all under Castro's careful control. He installed locks and barricades, removed phone lines, and constantly monitored their movements, creating an environment of fear and helplessness. The house itself became a prison, with secret rooms, padlocks, and surveillance to ensure the victims could not escape. Castro manipulated them psychologically, alternating between cruelty and false kindness to maintain control. He allowed the women to move only under his supervision, forbade contact with the outside world, and created a system where they were entirely dependent on him. For over a decade, the women endured this captivity, surviving through resilience, small acts of defiance, and the hope that someone, someday, would notice their absence. Outside, neighbors in the community noticed nothing unusual. Castro presented himself as a normal man, driving his bus, working, and interacting politely with neighbors. His crimes went unnoticed because he was careful, calculated, and able to hide in plain sight. The breakthrough came on May 6, 2013. Amanda Berry, pregnant at the time, managed to escape when Castro left a door unlocked. She ran down the street, screaming for help, and neighbors intervened. Police arrived and discovered Michelle Knight and Gina De Jesus still confined in the house. The rescue shocked Cleveland and the entire nation, revealing the true extent of Castro's cruelty. Authorities investigated the house and found evidence of the horrific abuse the women had endured. They discovered physical restraints, damaged doors, and evidence of prolonged captivity. The women described years of psychological torment, repeated sexual assaults, and the constant fear of death. Castro's careful planning and ability to maintain a facade of normalcy made the revelations even more disturbing. He had lived among neighbors, friends, and co-workers for years while committing acts of unimaginable cruelty in his own home. Ariel Castro was arrested and charged with kidnapping, rape, and murder charges related to the abuse. During the legal proceedings, prosecutors highlighted not only the physical and sexual abuse, but also the psychological manipulation, control, and terror Castro had imposed. In July 2013, he pled guilty to 937 criminal counts, including aggravated murder for the death of a fetus born by Amanda Berry. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 1,000 years, a sentence designed to ensure he would never be free again. The story of Ariel Castro shocked the world, not only because of the crimes themselves, but because of how someone who seemed ordinary, even kind on the surface, could commit such horrors in secrecy. Psychologists examining the case later noted patterns of extreme control, narcissism, and sadism, combined with the ability to mask true intentions behind charm and civility. Castro's actions became a case study in how predators can hide in plain sight, exploiting trust, routine, and societal assumptions about normalcy. The aftermath of the case focused on the resilience of the victims. Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus rebuilt their lives, becoming advocates for survivors of abuse and kidnapping. Their courage and strength highlighted the human capacity to survive even the most unimaginable trauma. Meanwhile, Cleveland and the nation grappled with the horrifying realization that someone living among them had committed such calculated, prolonged evil. The Ariel Castro case remains one of the most disturbing modern crimes in U.S. history, demonstrating the danger of obsession, the extremes of psychological manipulation, and the terrifying truth that evil can exist behind the most ordinary of doors. It is a story of horror, yes, but also of survival, resilience, and the unbreakable human spirit, showing that even in the darkest situations, hope and courage can prevail. Next story. It was the evening of October 23rd, 1980, in the quiet town of Fall River, Massachusetts, when a young nurse named Cheryl McCabe finished her shift at a local hospital and began the short drive home that she had taken countless times before. Cheryl was 29 years old, known among co-workers as responsible, calm, and dedicated to her work. She lived a relatively simple life, balancing long hospital shifts with time spent with friends and family. Nothing about that evening seemed unusual. She left the hospital parking lot shortly after sunset, expecting to arrive home within minutes. When she failed to appear that night, those closest to her initially assumed she had stopped somewhere along the way or perhaps decided to visit a friend. But when the hours passed and no one heard from her, concern quickly turned into alarm. The next morning, Cheryl's car, was discovered parked along a quiet stretch of road not far from her normal route home. The vehicle was locked, and from the outside it appeared undisturbed, yet Cheryl was nowhere to be found. Inside the car, investigators found her purse and personal belongings still in place, suggesting that she had not planned to leave voluntarily. The discovery immediately raised serious questions. Police began treating the case as a possible abduction and launched a full investigation to determine what had happened during the short drive between the hospital and her home. Detectives began by reconstructing Cheryl's final movements. Co-workers confirmed that she had completed her shift normally and had not mentioned meeting anyone that evening. Surveillance cameras were rare in 1980, so investigators relied heavily on witness interviews and physical evidence from the car and surrounding area. A few nearby residents reported seeing a vehicle parked along the roadside late that night, but none could provide a clear description. Despite the uncertainty, the information suggested that Cheryl may have been stopped by someone while driving home. The investigation continued for weeks as officers canvassed neighborhoods and questioned anyone who might have had contact with Cheryl. They examined her personal life, friendships, and workplace relationships, searching for possible motives. Yet nothing in her background suggested that she was in danger. She had no known enemies, no involvement in risky activities, and no signs of personal conflict that could explain her disappearance. The case soon became one of the most troubling mysteries in the region. Months later, investigators received a crucial tip about a local man named Daniel Henson, a mechanic who lived within driving distance of the road where Cheryl's car had been found. Henson had a reputation for aggressive behavior and had previously been questioned in connection with harassment complaints. When detectives looked more closely at his background, they discovered that he had been working late the night Cheryl disappeared and had driven along the same route she would have taken home. Although the information was not enough to charge him with a crime, it was enough to place him on the list of primary suspects. Detectives brought Henson in for questioning. During the interview, he claimed that he had been alone that night and had not encountered Cheryl. However, investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies in his account of where he had been and what he had been doing. His timeline shifted as detectives pressed him for details, raising suspicions that he was concealing something important. At the time, however, the physical evidence available to investigators was limited. Without a body or clear forensic connection to the crime, prosecutors did not yet have enough to bring charges. Years passed as the case remained unresolved. Cheryl's family continued to search for answers, working with investigators and maintaining public awareness about her disappearance. Detectives periodically revisited the evidence, hoping that new information or advances in forensic science might eventually reveal what had happened. In the late 1990s, the case was reopened and re-examined using modern investigative techniques. Forensic specialists reanalyzed physical evidence collected from Cheryl's car, including trace fibers and biological material that earlier investigators had not been able to fully examine. The renewed analysis produced a breakthrough. DNA recovered from inside Cheryl's vehicle matched Daniel Henson, placing him in direct contact with the car on the night she disappeared. When investigators confronted him with the new evidence, his previous denials began to unravel. Under further questioning, he eventually admitted that he had encountered Cheryl while she was driving home that evening. According to his confession, he had approached her vehicle under the pretense of needing help before forcing his way inside. The encounter quickly turned violent, and he abducted her from the roadside. Investigators followed the details of his confession to a remote wooded area outside the city, where he had concealed Cheryl's body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of her family and the community that had followed the case for so many years. The evidence collected at the site, combined with the forensic results from the vehicle and Henson's own admissions, provided prosecutors with the case they had long been waiting to build. When the trial began, prosecutors carefully presented the timeline of events from the night Cheryl left the hospital to the moment her car was discovered abandoned along the roadside. They explained how Henson had crossed paths with her during her short drive home and how the encounter escalated into abduction and murder. Forensic experts described the DNA evidence that linked him directly to the crime scene, while investigators detailed the years of work that had gone into solving the case. The defense attempted to challenge the reliability of the confession and the interpretation of the forensic evidence, but the overall weight of the case was overwhelming. The jury heard how Cheryl had simply been driving home from work when she encountered someone who chose to take advantage of that brief moment of vulnerability. After deliberating, they returned a verdict of guilty. Henson was sentenced to life in prison, bringing an end to a case that had haunted the community for decades. For Cheryl's family, the conviction provided long-awaited answers, though it could never undo the loss they had endured for so many years. The case became an example of how persistence in investigation and advances in forensic science can eventually uncover the truth, even long after a crime has been committed. Detectives who worked on the case later said that the key to solving it had been the careful preservation of evidence and the refusal to let the investigation fade into obscurity. The story of Cheryl McCabe remains a reminder that many crimes which appear impossible to solve at first can still be resolved through patience, determination, and evolving scientific methods. What began as a simple drive home from work turned into a mystery that lasted nearly 2 decades. But the truth eventually emerged through the combined efforts of investigators, forensic specialists, and a family who never stopped searching for justice. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a loving father who took his family on a camping trip, about a little girl who vanished in the middle of the night, and about a case that has haunted Australia for over 40 years with questions that remain unanswered to this day. In December 1980, the Beaumont family from Adelaide, Australia, was well aware of the dangers that could befall children. Just 14 years earlier, the infamous Beaumont children had disappeared from a beach, a case that had terrified parents across the nation. But when 7-year-old Cheryl Grimmer vanished from a beach changing room in broad daylight, it proved that even the most cautious families weren't safe from tragedy. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In January 1966, the Beaumont children, 9-year-old Jane, 7-year-old Arna, and 4-year-old Grant, went to Glenold Beach in Adelaide for a day of fun in the sun. Their mother Nancy dropped them off with money for lunch and told them to catch the bus home by 2 in the afternoon. The children never came home. Witnesses reported seeing the 3 children playing on the beach with a tall, blond man in his 30s. The children seemed comfortable with him, and he appeared to be buying them treats and playing with them. Several people noticed the man because he was paying so much attention to the children, but no one thought anything was wrong at the time. The children seemed happy and willing participants in whatever activities they were doing with this stranger. When the children didn't return home by 2 o'clock, their mother Nancy became concerned. By 4 in the afternoon, she was frantic. She and her husband Jim went to the beach to search for their children, but found no trace of them. Police were called, and a massive search began that would become one of the largest in Australian history. Investigators quickly established a timeline of the children's movements that day. They had been seen at a local bakery buying meat pies with a £1 note, even though their mother had only given them coins. Someone had given them more money. They had been seen playing near the beach, changing rooms with a blonde man. Then, sometime in the early afternoon, they simply vanished. The case captured national attention. Thousands of volunteers searched parks, beaches, and vacant lots. Police received hundreds of tips and followed up on every lead. Psychics offered their services. The entire nation was gripped by the mystery of what had happened to the 3 Beaumont children. Police focused their investigation on the mysterious blonde man seen with the children. Multiple witnesses came forward with descriptions, and a police sketch was created. The man was described as being in his mid-30s, tall and thin, with a lean face and sun-bleached blonde hair. He was wearing swimming trunks and appeared very comfortable with children. Detectives theorized that the man had groomed the children over time, possibly encountering them on previous visits to the beach and building their trust gradually. The children's willingness to accept money and food from him and to spend hours in his company suggested they felt safe with him. This led investigators to believe the perpetrator was someone who understood how to manipulate children and make them feel comfortable. Despite the extensive investigation and the numerous witnesses, police were never able to identify the blonde man. Over the years, various suspects emerged, but none could be definitively linked to the disappearance. The case went cold, though it has never been officially closed and remains open to this day. One suspect who drew significant attention was a man named Harry Phipps, a local factory owner who died in 2004. Phipps had been known to visit Glenelg Beach and fits some aspects of the description. Former employees came forward years later saying they believed Phipps had been involved in the disappearances. However, despite extensive investigation, no physical evidence ever linked him to the crime. Another person of interest was Derek Ernest Percy, a convicted child killer who was in prison for taking the life of a young girl at a different beach. Percy had been in the area around the time of the Beaumont children's disappearance and fit the general description. He was questioned multiple times about the case, but never confessed and died in prison in 2013 without ever being charged in connection with the Beaumont case. The disappearance had a profound impact on Australian society. Parents became more cautious about letting their children play unsupervised. The case became a reference point for an entire generation. The moment when childhood innocence was lost and stranger danger became a real and terrifying concept. The names Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont became synonymous with every parent's worst nightmare. For Jim and Nancy Beaumont, the disappearance of their children destroyed their lives. They spent decades hoping for answers, following up on tips, and never giving up the belief that their children might someday be found. Jim Beaumont said in interviews that he believed the children had been taken by someone who wanted children of their own, and he held out hope they might still be alive somewhere, unaware of their true identities. Nancy Beaumont maintained hope for many years, but eventually came to accept that her children were likely deceased. The couple's marriage struggled under the weight of the tragedy, and they eventually separated, though they remained connected by their shared loss. Jim Beaumont lived until 2020, passing away at 97 years old without ever learning what happened to his children. Over the decades, there have been multiple searches based on tips and theories. Properties have been excavated, locations have been searched with ground-penetrating radar, and numerous leads have been followed. In 2018, police conducted a search of a factory site that had belonged to Harry Phipps, but no remains were found. Each time a new search is announced, the case returns to the headlines, and a new generation learns about the 3 children who vanished from the beach. The Beaumont children case remains one of Australia's most enduring mysteries. Despite one of the most extensive investigations in the country's history, despite thousands of tips and multiple suspects, no one has ever been charged, and the children's remains have never been found. The case changed how Australians viewed child safety and remains a cautionary tale about the dangers children can face. Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont went to the beach on a summer day for what should have been a fun outing. They were responsible children who knew to catch the bus home and had done so many times before. But on that day, they encountered someone who saw them not as children with families and futures, but as victims. Their disappearance left a hole in their family and in the Australian consciousness that has never been filled. The case serves as a reminder that evil can strike when we least expect it, and that some mysteries may never be solved, leaving families to wonder forever what happened to the children they loved. I'm going to tell you a story about a charming young man who seemed to have a bright future, about a series of brutal attacks that terrorized California in the 1970s and 80s, and about how one of the most prolific serial killers in American history was finally caught decades later through a revolutionary use of DNA technology. For over 40 years, a serial predator known by various names terrorized California. He started as the Visalia ransacker, became the East Area Predator, then the original Night Stalker, and was eventually called the Golden State Killer. But behind all these names was one man, Joseph James DeAngelo, a former police officer who used his knowledge of law enforcement to evade capture for decades. The crimes began in 1974 in Visalia, California, where a series of strange break-ins occurred. The intruder would enter homes, ransack them, but often steal only small items of little value. Sometimes he would take photographs or personal items that seemed to have no monetary worth. The pattern was unusual and unsettling. Then in 1975, the Visalia ransacker shot and ended the life of a man who confronted him during a burglary attempt. After that incident, the ransackings in Visalia stopped. But in 1976, a new series of crimes began in Sacramento and spread throughout Northern California. An intruder would break into homes in the middle of the night, often targeting couples. He would shine a flashlight in the faces of sleeping victims, waking them in terror. He would tie up the male victim, often placing dishes on his back and threatening that if he heard the dishes rattle, he would harm the female victim. The attacks were brutal and methodical. The perpetrator clearly planned his crimes carefully, often prowling neighborhoods for days or weeks before striking. He would make threatening phone calls to victims before and after attacks. Sometimes he would break into homes when no one was there, unlocking windows or doors to make future entry easier. His level of preparation was chilling. Between 1976 and 1986, the attacker committed at least 13 known cases of ending life, over 50 assaults, and more than 100 burglaries across California. He struck in Sacramento, Contra Costa County, the East Bay Area, and eventually Southern California. The crimes were connected through DNA evidence and similar patterns. But for years, investigators didn't realize they were dealing with one person operating across such a wide area. What made this perpetrator particularly terrifying was his unpredictability and his apparent enjoyment of psychological torture. He would spend hours in victims' homes, eating their food, drinking their beer, and terrorizing them. He would ask victims cruel questions and make threats against their families. Sometimes he would sob or cry during attacks, leading some investigators to believe he might be mentally unstable. Despite massive investigations involving multiple law enforcement agencies, the perpetrator remained unidentified. He seemed to vanish in 1986 after his final known attack, and the case eventually went cold. Investigators continued working on the case, preserving evidence, and hoping that someday technology would advance enough to catch the person responsible. In the 2000s, investigators began using DNA from the crime scenes to definitively link all the various attacks to one person. They realized the East Area Predator and the original Night Stalker were the same individual, and they started calling him the Golden State Killer. The DNA evidence proved the connection, but it didn't tell them who he was because his DNA wasn't in any criminal database. Then in 2018, investigators tried something revolutionary. They uploaded the DNA profile from the crime scenes to GEDmatch, a public genealogy database where people upload their DNA results to find relatives. They weren't looking for an exact match, but for relatives of the perpetrator who might have uploaded their DNA for genealogy purposes. The strategy worked. Investigators found distant relatives of the Golden State Killer through the database. Using traditional genealogy research, they built family trees and narrowed down potential suspects. This led them to Joseph James D'Angelo, a 72-year-old former police officer living in Sacramento County. Investigators began surveilling D'Angelo and eventually collected his DNA from items he had discarded. When they tested that DNA against the crime scene evidence, it was a match. On April 24, 2018, Joseph James D'Angelo was arrested at his home in Citrus Heights, California. The arrest shocked the nation and brought closure to families who had waited decades for answers. D'Angelo had been a police officer in Exeter and Auburn, California, during the time he was committing many of his crimes. He had used his law enforcement knowledge to evade capture, understanding how police investigated crimes and what evidence to avoid leaving. He had been fired from the Auburn Police Department in 1979 for shoplifting, but no one had connected him to the series of attacks happening in the area. After leaving law enforcement, D'Angelo worked at a grocery store distribution center until his retirement. He lived a seemingly normal life with his wife and children. Neighbors described him as an odd, sometimes angry man who would yell at people, but no one suspected he was capable of such horrific crimes. His family was shocked by his arrest. In June 2020, Joseph D'Angelo pleaded guilty to 13 counts of first-degree ending of life and admitted to numerous other crimes. At his sentencing hearing, which lasted several days, survivors and family members of victims gave emotional impact statements. They described the decades of pain, fear, and trauma his actions had caused. D'Angelo, now elderly and frail, showed little emotion during the proceedings. He made a brief statement apologizing to his victims, but many felt it was too little, too late. In August 2020, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. At 74 years old, he will spend the rest of his life behind bars. The Golden State Killer case revolutionized how law enforcement approaches cold cases. The use of genetic genealogy to identify D'Angelo opened new possibilities for solving decades-old crimes. Since his arrest, this technique has been used to solve numerous other cold cases across the country. For the victims and families who suffered at the hands of Joseph D'Angelo, his capture brought a mix of relief and renewed pain. Many victims had spent 40 years looking over their shoulders, afraid he might return. Some had died before seeing him brought to justice. But those who survived and the families of those who didn't finally had answers and could see their attacker held accountable. Joseph D'Angelo terrorized California for over a decade, hiding behind his badge and his ordinary appearance. He destroyed lives, shattered families, and created fear that lasted for generations. But in the end, science and determined investigators brought him to justice, proving that even after decades, the truth can still emerge and evil can finally be held accountable for its crimes. I'm going to tell you a story about a brilliant doctoral student who seemed to have a promising future, about a professor who was found shot in his own office, and about how a botched robbery turned into a case that exposed dark secrets hidden beneath a prestigious university campus. In September 2013, the University of Alabama in Huntsville campus was rocked by a shooting that initially seemed like a random act of violence. Biology professor Amy Bishop had walked into a faculty meeting in 2010 and opened fire, ending the lives of 3 colleagues and injuring 3 others. But this story isn't about Amy Bishop. Let me tell you about a different case from a different university. In July 2013, 24-year-old nursing student Lauren Giddings was living in an apartment near Mercer University Law School in Macon, Georgia. Lauren had just graduated from law school and was preparing to take the bar exam. She was smart, ambitious, and loved by her friends and family. On June 26, 2011, Lauren's friends reported her missing after she stopped responding to calls and texts. This wasn't like her at all. When police went to check Lauren's apartment, they found it locked and seemingly undisturbed. Her car was parked outside, and there were no obvious signs of a break-in or struggle. But Lauren was nowhere to be found. Days passed with no sign of her, and the search intensified. Then on June 30th, 2011, a maintenance worker made a horrifying discovery in the trash area near the apartment complex. Human remains had been placed in a trash bin near the apartments. The body had been dismembered and placed in garbage bags. DNA testing confirmed what everyone feared. The remains belonged to Lauren Giddings. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide, and police immediately began looking at everyone who lived in or near the apartment complex. One person who drew investigators' attention was Stephen McDaniel, a fellow law school graduate who lived in the same apartment building as Lauren. Stephen had actually appeared on local news expressing concern about Lauren's disappearance, saying he hoped she would be found safe. But when police interviewed him, his behavior was bizarre and his answers were evasive. During a police interview, detectives informed Stephen that Lauren's body had been found. His reaction was strange and unsettling. He seemed to freeze, staring blankly and barely responding. The interview, which was recorded, showed Stephen sitting motionless for extended periods, giving one-word answers, and appearing to shut down emotionally. His unusual behavior made investigators more suspicious. Police obtained a search warrant for Stephen McDaniel's apartment, and what they found was deeply disturbing. Stephen had an obsession with Lauren. He had been secretly recording her through her window and had videos of her in her apartment without her knowledge. He had researched methods of disposing of bodies online. He had even purchased hacksaw blades and other items that could be used to dismember a body. Investigators also found evidence that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment. A key that fit her lock was discovered in his possession. The hacksaw found in his apartment was consistent with the tool used to dismember Lauren's body. The case against Stephen McDaniel was building rapidly, and the picture emerging was of a man who had become obsessed with his neighbor and had acted on that obsession in the most violent way possible. Stephen McDaniel was arrested and charged with Lauren Giddings' abduction and ending of her life. The evidence against him was overwhelming. Beyond the physical evidence found in his apartment, digital forensics revealed his disturbing online searches and his pattern of spying on Lauren. He had violated her privacy repeatedly before ultimately taking her life. The case went to trial in 2014, but before the jury could reach a verdict, Stephen McDaniel decided to enter a guilty plea. In April 2014, he pleaded guilty to all charges in exchange for a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. By accepting the plea deal, he avoided a potential death penalty sentence. During the investigation and court proceedings, disturbing details emerged about how Lauren had died. Prosecutors believed that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment while she was sleeping, attacked her, and strangled her. He then dismembered her body in an attempt to dispose of the evidence. The crime was premeditated and showed a level of planning that made it even more chilling. Lauren's family was devastated by the loss and by the details of what had happened to her. They had watched her work hard through law school and achieve her dream of becoming a lawyer. She had been just days away from taking the bar exam when her life was stolen. Her sister Karen spoke publicly about Lauren's warmth, intelligence, and the bright future that had been taken from her. The case raised serious questions about safety in apartment complexes and about how to protect against neighbors who might have harmful intentions. Lauren had done nothing to provoke Stephen's obsession. She had simply lived her life, unaware that someone nearby was watching her and planning something terrible. The randomness of her selection as a victim made the crime even more frightening. Stephen McDaniel is currently serving his life sentence in a Georgia prison. He will never be released. During his sentencing, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had taken Lauren's life. His lack of remorse and his strange, detached demeanor throughout the legal proceedings disturbed everyone involved in the case. The Lauren Giddings case became a reminder that danger can exist even in places that should be safe, like our own homes and apartment buildings. It highlighted the importance of being aware of surroundings and trusting instincts if something feels wrong. It also showed how modern technology, while useful, could be misused by people with harmful intentions to spy on and stalk others. Lauren Giddings was remembered by those who knew her as a dedicated student, a loyal friend, and a person with a bright future in law. She had worked hard to achieve her goals and was on the verge of beginning her legal career when her life was cut short. Her family established a scholarship in her name to help other students pursue their educational dreams, ensuring that Lauren's memory would live on in a positive way. The case of Lauren Giddings serves as a tragic reminder that evil can hide behind ordinary facades. Stephen McDaniel was a fellow law student, someone who should have been focused on his own future and career. Instead, he became obsessed with a neighbor and committed a horrific crime that destroyed multiple lives. Lauren deserved to live, to practice law, and to make the difference in the world that she had planned. Her story remains a sobering example of how violence can strike without warning and how precious and fragile life truly is. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular football star who had everything going for him, about a semi-professional player found shot to death in an industrial park, and about how a promising NFL career ended with a conviction that shocked the sports world and left many questions unanswered. In June 2013, 27-year-old Odin Lloyd was a semi-professional football player living in Boston, Massachusetts. He played for the Boston Bandits and worked part-time at a landscaping company. Odin was dating Shania Jenkins, whose sister Shiana was in a relationship with New England Patriots tight end Aaron Hernandez. Through this connection, Odin and Aaron had become friends and would occasionally hang out together. On June 17, 2013, Odin went out with Aaron Hernandez and two of Aaron's friends. Security cameras captured Odin getting into a car with the three men around 2:30 in the morning. That was the last time anyone saw Odin alive. Hours later, a jogger discovered Odin's body in an industrial park about a mile from Aaron Hernandez's home in North Attleboro, Massachusetts. Odin had been shot multiple times. Police immediately began investigating, and the evidence quickly pointed toward Aaron Hernandez. Surveillance footage showed Aaron's car, leaving his home with Odin and returning shortly before the time Odin was killed. Aaron's home security system had been deliberately destroyed, with a hard drive smashed, suggesting someone was trying to hide evidence. Shell casings found at the murder scene matched ammunition found at Aaron's home. Within days, police arrested Aaron Hernandez and charged him with first-degree ending of Odin Lloyd's life. The arrest sent shockwaves through the NFL. Aaron was a rising star with the New England Patriots, who had just signed a $40 million contract extension. He had played in the Super Bowl and seemed to have a bright future ahead of him. The Patriots immediately released him from the team. As the investigation unfolded, a disturbing picture emerged of Aaron's secret life. While he was playing professional football and living in an expensive home with his fiancée and baby daughter, Aaron was also involved with dangerous people and violent activities. He had connections to gangs from his hometown of Bristol, Connecticut, and had been keeping company with individuals involved in criminal activity. Prosecutors believed that Aaron had killed Odin Lloyd because Odin had seen something or knew something that Aaron wanted kept secret. The exact motive was never completely clear, but evidence suggested that Odin might have been with Aaron during an incident at a Boston nightclub or had learned information about Aaron's involvement in other violent crimes. Aaron apparently decided that Odin was a liability who needed to be eliminated. Aaron Hernandez's trial for taking Odin Lloyd's life began in January 2015. The prosecution presented overwhelming circumstantial evidence connecting Aaron to the crime. They showed surveillance footage tracking Aaron's movements that night, cell phone records placing him at the scene, and forensic evidence linking him to the weapon. They also presented text messages Odin had sent to his sister just before he died, saying he was with NFL and describing his nervousness about the situation. The defense argued that while Aaron had been present when Odin was shot, he wasn't the one who pulled the trigger. They suggested that Aaron's two friends, Ernest Wallace and Carlos Ortiz, were more likely responsible. They portrayed Aaron as someone who had made bad choices and friends but wasn't a killer. However, the defense couldn't explain why Aaron had destroyed evidence or why his behavior after the killing showed consciousness of guilt. In April 2015, Aaron Hernandez was found guilty of first-degree ending of life and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The former NFL star, who had once been worth millions and had fame and success, was now a convicted individual facing the rest of his life behind bars. He was just 25 years old, but the story didn't end there. While Aaron was awaiting trial for Odin Lloyd's case, prosecutors in Boston had charged him with an additional double ending that had occurred in 2012. Aaron was accused of shooting and taking the lives of Daniel D'Abreu and Safiro Furtado outside a Boston nightclub after one of them had accidentally bumped into Aaron and spilled a drink on him. Aaron's trial for the double case began in 2017. This time, the evidence was less conclusive than in the Lloyd case. The prosecution relied heavily on the testimony of a man who had been in the car with Aaron that night. But this witness had credibility issues. After a lengthy trial, Aaron Hernandez was acquitted of the double charges in April 2017. Just 5 days after being acquitted in the double case, on April 19, 2017, Aaron Hernandez was found dead in his prison cell. He had taken his own life by hanging. He was 37 years old. Guards found him with drawings and blood on the walls, and John 3 verse 16 written on his forehead. His death shocked everyone following his case and left many questions unanswered. After Aaron's death, his family revealed that he had been suffering from chronic traumatic encephalopathy, known as CTE, a degenerative brain disease caused by repeated head trauma. An autopsy of his brain showed he had one of the most severe cases of CTE ever seen in someone his age. Some experts suggested that CTE might have contributed to Aaron's violent behavior and poor decision-making, though this doesn't excuse his actions. The Aaron Hernandez case became a cautionary tale about how talent and success can hide deeply troubled behavior. Aaron had grown up in a difficult environment, had struggled with his identity, and had never properly dealt with his problems. Instead, he surrounded himself with dangerous people and made choices that ultimately destroyed his life and took the life of Odin Lloyd. Odin Lloyd was a hardworking young man who played football because he loved the game, not for fame or fortune. He worked to support himself and was building a life with his girlfriend. He deserved to continue living and pursuing his dreams, but instead, he was taken by someone he considered a friend. Aaron Hernandez's family, including his young daughter, were left to deal with the aftermath of his crimes and death. His fiancée, Shanna Jenkins, had stood by him throughout the trials, and now she had to raise their daughter alone, explaining someday why her father wasn't there. The case raised important questions about CTE and football, about how fame and money can enable dangerous behavior, and about how warning signs of violence are sometimes ignored when someone is talented or successful. Aaron Hernandez had everything to live for, but threw it all away, destroying multiple families in the process, and leaving a tragic legacy that serves as a reminder of how quickly a promising life can spiral into violence and despair.